Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, Ms. Brady, Mr. King, Ms. Nelson, Ms. Higgs, and Ms. Spengler. And the people are represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Mr. Edson, and Ms. Stitch McGuire. We are outside the presence of the jury. Just a couple of items to talk about before the jury gets here. The first one is I worked on the jury instructions over the weekend, and I have a complete set now. And I'm almost done with them. I just want to double check them, and so I'm going to put them away for a day or two and then read them again and double check them to make sure that I'm not missing something or that I haven't left something out. And then what I would like to do is give them to both sides and ask you to go through them. And then we need to schedule another jury instructions conference at some point. And I don't want to leave it till the last minute in case there are things that I need to change or things that I need to think about. So do the parties have any suggestions as to when we can do that? And I don't need everybody to be present. Ms. Nelson for the defense and Mr. Orman for the people or whoever, but you can choose who you want to have present, and then we can go from there. I thought that perhaps it would make sense to do it maybe sometime next week. So my thought was I could give them to you toward the end of the week, then you could have the weekend. I can't think of anything better to do than on the 4th of July weekend than go through jury instructions. So you could go through them over the weekend, and then we can talk about them next week. What do you think about that?
Been a dream of mine to spend the weekend like that, Your Honor.
I'm here to please, Mr. Orman.
That's fine.
Okay, Ms. Nelson, does that work for you?
It does, Your Honor.
The benefit of that is also that it would let you get almost to the end of your case or closer to the end of your case, which makes sense as well. And I don't know whether we want to schedule something on the 8th perhaps or the 7th. It sounded from what Mr. King said last week that you're expecting that you're going to have evidence on Monday the 6th and Tuesday the 7th, and then the 8th sounded like it was up in the air a little bit. And so I thought that perhaps we could use at least part of the 8th. It's not going to take the whole day, but at least part of the 8th to work on them.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I think my preference would be to wait until we've finished presenting our case, or perhaps until the end of close of the evidence, just so that I have the benefit of seeing how it all comes out in terms of submitting the additional instructions that I'd like to submit.
Well, we'll probably have a third conference. I just don't want to leave this one until the end. I want to do as much work as we can ahead of time. Again, because there may be things that I need to think about, and I don't want to rush it. This, as you know, these are not issues that you want to rush. And so my thought was we could do it on the 8th. I think by that time you may well be done with your case. And so I think you'd be in a better position to determine whether there are any other instructions that you want to submit. And then we could have a final instruction after that on the 9th or the 10th.
Yes, if the court is willing to give us another opportunity to argue any additional instructions, then I'm fine talking about this round that the court has just completed whenever you'd like. Next week is fine.
Okay, and then I've done 5 verdict forms. I think that there are going to be 5 different types of verdict forms, and my thought was to give you those, and then you could look at them, and then once we finalize them, or I decide how we're going to proceed, then I can draft all 165 verdict forms at that point. I didn't want to do them all now and then talk to you about it and decide that they should be changed. I should tell you, by the way, that there are a couple of substantive changes in the draft that I'm going to give you at some point this week and probably at the end of the week. And so you should look at that. Most of the changes are to form, but there are some changes that are substantive changes. And I'm sure that you'll want to be heard on. So the other issue that I have on my list is related to the limiting instruction that I've been giving with respect to issues raised by the not guilty by reason of insanity plea. I don't remember giving it with respect to the last witness who testified on Friday, and I don't remember either party requesting it. But it seems to me that it makes sense to give it with respect to that testimony and the evidence that was introduced through that witness. Um, Was it Kimberly Ann Indorina? Is that who testified? Was that the last witness? Yeah. Any objection to me giving the jury the instruction with respect to that witness and I think there were some pictures that were introduced. There was a video as well, I believe, but I don't think the video was played. Is that right?
My recollection was it was just a calendar exhibit. She marked the days that she saw Mr. Holmes
Oh, okay.
at DHMC.
Okay, I was thinking of a different end of the day witness in terms of the photographs. All right, in terms of Ms. Indorina, any yeah,
I think it's Indovina.
Indovina,
Yes, sir.
thank you. Yes, I was reading my V as an R, thank you. All right, in terms of that witness, Indovina, Ms. Indovina, any objection to me giving the jury the limiting instruction?
No, sir.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll give the jury that instruction today. All right, is there anything else at this time on behalf of the people before I bring the jury in?
Your Honor, regarding the jury instructions, would it be possible for the court to send us an electronic copy in addition to the printed copy? Because that way we can distribute it easier and not have to go scan it and send it around to everybody.
Sure, I'll have my staff send it to you in Word through an email, okay? And they'll do that to both sides. It'll probably be closer to the end of the week, as I said, but we'll send them to you before the weekend. Anything on behalf of Ms. Pearson?
Your Honor, there are a couple of witnesses the defense has indicated they're calling today, and I don't know exactly when, and I don't know if is that video of the defendant going to be for today? The one that was taken at the hospital by Mr. Gonkel? Okay, so we don't need to address that one right now because I'm going to have an objection to that. But if Dr. Davis is going to be called today, they sent us their endorsement, and I think it was D-161 listing who all of their experts were, which they endorsed their doctors as experts, but not Dr. Davis. And so we would be objecting to her being asked to provide a diagnosis because her diagnosis of psychosis would be an expert opinion. So we would be objecting to that, so I wanted to raise that now since I'm not sure when she's being called.
And are you expecting to call Dr. Davis today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you gonna call her before the morning break?
I think yes, probably likely so.
Okay.
She should be one of the first, maybe the third witness or the fourth witness.
Is she one of the doctors at Denver Health?
Yes, Judge, and just so the court knows, we're calling some of the doctors from Denver Health. Dr. Indovina was one of them, who was also not listed, endorsed as an expert. And the reason is because they're not experts in this case, in the sense that they're not rendering opinions about sanity or diagnosis as on July 20th, 2012, or today, or at any other time. You know, what they are fact witnesses who were doing their jobs, and their jobs happen to be that they're doctors at Denver Health Medical Center. And they saw Mr. Holmes, and in the course of seeing Mr. Holmes, they treated him, and they treated him for a couple of things. And one of the things they treated him for was psychosis with antipsychotic medication, which caused him to improve. Now, they didn't render any real diagnosis of him at the time. They just observed that he was psychotic in their experience, noted that in their report. It says, under diagnosis, it just says psychosis not otherwise specified. And I think they would say that they have no idea what the diagnosis was, but that they observed that he was psychotic, and they treated him for that. These are notes that, Judge, have been relied upon by all of the other experts. And so it's in evidence, it's before the jury. All of the other experts have noted that these doctors said that Mr. Holmes was psychotic when he was admitted. It's been talked about numerous times. So I don't think that this is subject to the limitations under Rule 702. I think that these folks can testify as to what their observations were, as to what they did. I'm not going to ask them about sanity. I'm not going to ask them about a formal diagnosis for Mr. Holmes. And I don't think they're subject to the limitations of Rule 702, nor do I think that they can benefit from opining about things that an expert could under Rule 702. They can just talk about their observations. So that's my position. All of the other experts were endorsed as an expert. This one expert, Dr. Davis, happened to be a typographical error that didn't get endorsed as an expert. But I don't think that matters, frankly. And I'm not going to ask for an expert opinion from any of these doctors.
And just so that I'm clear, you're not going to have her testify to a formal diagnosis, but she's going to say that she prescribed some antipsychotic medication because based on her observations during the short period of time that the defendant was at Denver Health Medical Center in November of 2012, she believed that he may have been suffering from psychosis, and she thought that that was the appropriate remedy to prescribe or appropriate treatment. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge. And these psychiatrists at Denver Health did this as a team, and different psychiatrists saw him every day as they're in rotation. And so they treated him as a team, and the other psychiatrists are going to say the same thing, essentially. But the court is correct.
All right, Ms. Pearson.
The other psychiatrists were endorsed as experts, and Dr. Davis was not. I mean, she's not going to just come in and say that the defendant had a flat affect. She's going to come in and interpret what that meant, as an opinion about what he was suffering from. She would talk about what she was diagnosing him having based on her observations and then coming to a conclusion about that. That is more than simply stating her observations about him. She will, I think, probably say she thought he was responding to auditory hallucinations. Again, that is, based on her experience and expertise, and that is an expert opinion. So I know that this was a mistake on their part, apparently, but they endorsed the other doctors who were being asked about his mental state as experts. And clearly they're using this to go to insanity.
What's the prejudice if they have other doctors endorsed who treated him at the same time and can testify to the same thing? What's the prejudice?
Well, Your Honor, the court issued rules about providing endorsements of witnesses as experts. We went through the same thing with Mr. Eicher, that we had missed that endorsement, and as a result, he didn't testify because it's an expert opinion. This is the same thing for this doctor, Dr. Davis. They didn't endorse her as an expert, and yet really what they're asking for from her is an expert opinion.
All right.
Judge,
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
The question was, what's the prejudice? I'm not, basically that answer tells me there is no prejudice. I mean, hold on. I asked you the question, you answered the question, Ms. Pearson. This is already out. The jury has heard about this. There are other doctors who are apparently going to testify to the same thing, same types of observations, same types of prescriptions, same types of beliefs in terms of the defendant being psychotic in November of 2012 when he was at Denver Health Medical Center. I'm not sure what the prejudice is. If the people want additional time to prepare to cross-examine Dr. Davis, I will order the defense to delay calling her and give the people that chance. But I'm not going to exclude her testimony. I believe Mr. King when he tells me that this was a typographical error and that this was an oversight as opposed to something that they did intentionally. And I don't see any prejudice. Yes, she should have been included among the experts endorsed. It sounds like Mr. King and his colleagues intended to do that. It sounds like it was an oversight that they didn't do that. I'm not going to exclude her testimony on that record. So if you would like additional time to look into her background or credentials or anything like that before you cross-examine her, I think that's a fair request, and I'll grant you that request. And I'll have them hold off on calling her before you cross-examine her. But I'm not comfortable excluding her testimony on the record that's before me. So, Ms. Pearson, would you like some time to prepare to cross-examine Dr. Davis?
I can be prepared for her whenever they call her.
Okay, great, thank you. Is there anything else we need to talk about?
No, Your Honor. No. I'm sorry. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Higgs?
Your Honor, with regard to the Denver Health video that the prosecution indicated they'd be objecting to,
Yes.
we are not introducing that today. In fact, it might be tomorrow or Wednesday, but I do have a copy for the court if the court would like to review it in advance. I have 2 copies here. I gave the same 2 copies to the prosecution on Friday. One, we've added subtitles, because some of it's hard to understand, and one of them is without. I imagine they're objecting to both, but I'm giving, if the court would like them, I have them.
I would like him. Is that okay? Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor.
All right, please approach.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Hicks, tell me more about, this is a video recording from Denver Health Medical Center?
That's correct.
Okay,
And this is a video recording that was taken by our investigator, Mr. Gonglak, and Mr. Bishop was also present.
was this the video recording that was shown during opening statement or part of it?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and the people's objection?
Or it's hearsay. It's not an admission by a party opponent because we're not offering it. It's not a statement for diagnosis and treatment because it's not to a doctor. It's not showing state of mind for the offense because it's in November. It's not for the sanity evaluation because it's not to a doctor. It is simply hearsay. And it includes conversations and questions being asked by Mr. Gonglak to the defendant about the date and Thanksgiving and telling him that the Chargers lost. And then he asks him about shadows and medical, questions about his medical condition. So we view this simply as hearsay that would be inadmissible, that there is no exception for this to come in.
Remind me, was the sound played during opening statements?
Yes, it was, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, it was.
I don't remember any conversation about the Chargers and Thanksgiving. Was it played in its entirety, or was there just an excerpt played?
I don't believe it was played in its entirety, Your Honor, because it is about 40 minutes in length. And Your Honor, I gave these to the people on Friday, and they've had them previously, but I gave them and told them we intended to introduce them on Friday. They indicated to me this morning that they would be objecting on hearsay grounds. I am not completely prepared to argue in response to all that right now, but I just wanted to have the court be given an opportunity to review them. If I could reserve to respond to their argument to tomorrow morning.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for giving me these so that I can watch them ahead of time. I appreciate that. All right, can we bring the jury in now? On behalf of the people, are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, on behalf of the defense, are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect the jury is present in the courtroom now. Good morning, members of the jury. Did you have a good weekend? Good. Glad to hear that. Thanks for coming back and for being on time. As you know, at the end of the week last week, the defense was in the middle of its case, and so in a moment, I'm gonna inquire and ask them to please call their next witness. Before I do that, I wanted to tell you that the last witness who testified on Friday was Dr. Kimberly Ann Indovina. She's the internal medicine hospital physician at Denver Health Medical Center, and her testimony was admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider her testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. I've mentioned this before, and I'll mention it again now. When I refer to issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, I mean issues that are related to the following two questions. Number one, whether the defendant was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act. And number two, whether the defendant suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented him from forming a culpable mental state that is an element of a crime charged. Does everybody understand that instruction? And there was an exhibit, a calendar that was introduced through her. That exhibit is subject to this limiting instruction as well. And everybody seems to understand and saying yes in response to my question and is nodding their head yes. Great. With that, the defense may call its next witness. Ms. Higgs?
Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls Jose Lopez Sanchez.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
My name is Jose Manuel Sanchez Lopez. That's JOSEMANUEL SANCHEZ
Ms. Higgs, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am well, thank you. I think I might have gotten your name then incorrect when I said Jose Lopez Sanchez. How would you like
It's a long one.
How would you like for me to refer to you, Mr.
Jose Sanchez is one.
Jose Sanchez or Mr. Sanchez? Okay. Mr. Sanchez, do you live here in Colorado?
No, I don't. I live in California.
Okay. So in Southern California, San Diego area, is that right?
San Diego County, yes.
Okay. Back in the fall of 2010 into the spring of 2011, did you work for a company called Marical?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How long did you work for Marical?
I was there for about 9 years.
Okay. At that time in the fall of 2010 and into the spring of 2011, what was your position at Marical?
Initially, I started as a compression machine operator, but I moved up to a quality control inspector or technician.
Is that what you were doing in the fall of 2010 into the spring of 2011?
Yes, I was a quality control technician.
Okay. And what are your job duties as a quality control technician?
Basically, my job was to inspect any machine that was being operated prior to use, make sure it was clean, make sure it was sanitized. Once everything checked out, I signed my logbooks and they were on to proceed with whatever work they were going to do. Okay.
You're talking a little bit about machines that are used at that company. Can you tell me, or tell the jury in general, what does that company do?
They manufacture tablets or vitamins, capsules or tablets.
Okay. And what types of, what do the machines do that you were referring to?
Well, they have compressing machines, we have blending machines which blend ingredients. They go into a tablet, and then they're sent to a compressing machine that compresses the material into a tablet. And then they have the coating machines which coat the machines with a film coat, their paint, whatever it is that they have in their ingredients, and in order for people to swallow smoothly. That's the coating machine. That's what James operated.
Okay. You just mentioned a person by the name of James Holmes, or James, I should clarify. Mm-hmm. Did a person by the name of James Holmes work at Marical at a time that you were working there?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize that person here in the courtroom?
Yes, right there.
If
No? Sorry. Looked alike. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Are you a little bit nervous testifying here today? You can relax.
Sorry about that.
This person sitting over here in the blue shirt with the glasses, I know he probably looks a little different than when you knew him. Is that right?
It does a little bit, yes.
Does he look a little familiar to you?
He does.
Okay. And the person that you were referring to as James, is that a person by the name of James Holmes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you knew him, was he probably a little more slender?
He was.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did he wear, he didn't wear glasses at that time either, is that right?
I don't recall him wearing glasses now.
Okay. When Mr. Holmes worked with you, do you remember about how long it was that he worked with you at Maricow?
It wasn't long. It was brief, maybe 2-3 weeks, a month maybe.
Okay. I know that at one point you had indicated that you thought it was maybe like a summer type job. Do you recall when Mr. Holmes was in school during that time?
I do. I don't recall him being in school at the time.
Okay. Do you recall that he was living at home with his parents?
Yes.
Okay. Is that sort of one of the reasons, because it was a short period of time, he wasn't in school, is that one of the reasons that you thought maybe it was a summer type job?
Yeah, because it was really brief,
Okay.
and I mean it was short time, so it seemed like a summer job.
Okay. Now, if the records indicated that he actually worked at Maricow from October of 2010 through February of 2011, could that possibly be about right?
Yes.
Okay. That's a little bit longer than a few weeks. Is it fair to say that, well, this was, geez, five years ago or so, that your memory as to exact dates is not quite perfect?
It's possible. It's been a while. Yes.
Okay. When Mr. Holmes was working at Maricow, do you recall what he was doing?
He was operating the coding machine at the time.
Do you remember what shift he was working?
He was working second shift.
Were you working second shift?
I was.
What is second shift?
You mean the time or the?
Yes.
It started, I believe, at the time at 3:30, and it ended at 12:15 in the morning.
Okay.
It was an 8-hour shift. Sometimes it had overtime.
Okay.
We would stay till 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes.
So you all were working the same shift, is that right? You and Mr. Holmes?
Yeah, we were working the same shift.
Okay. Walk me through a typical shift for you, particularly how you would have interaction with Mr. Holmes during a shift.
Well, when we come in, everybody would go to their departments. I would go into mine and kind of brief through what's going on in the company so I can know what to do next. Me and James pretty much just came in contact in the beginning of the shift. We'd punch in or something, I'd be like, hey, James, hey. He would go to his department, I would go to mine. And then whenever somebody called me to inspect the machine, whether it was him or somebody else, I would go and check it out. That's pretty much the counter that we had.
Okay. When you were working your shift, it sounds to me like you were responsible for checking out a variety of different machines sort of all over the lab. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Holmes, was he just working on one machine?
Yes.
So he would stay in the same place and you would be moving around, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. When you're moving around, going to the various machines to inspect them, would you on occasion walk through the part of the lab that Mr. Holmes was working in?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about Mr. Holmes' sort of demeanor in your interactions with him, okay?
Okay.
When you would either pass by him or interact with him because you were checking his machine, was he a real talkative guy with you?
No.
Okay. Did he ever initiate any conversations with you?
No, he would never try to initiate anything, no.
Okay. Is it fair to say he was kind of quiet then?
He was very quiet. He was unsocial, not social at all, yeah.
Okay. Did you try to interact with him? I mean, are you a friendly guy at work?
I am a friendly guy. I try to get along with everybody. So, yes, since he was new, I would try to communicate with him, but he was really to himself.
Okay. Would he respond to you in like lengthy sentences and ask you questions, or was more like short one-word answers?
No, they were short one-worded answers. Yes.
Okay. But he wasn't rude or anything?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
Did it appear to you that he was like that with everybody that you saw try to interact with him?
He was like that with everybody. Every time I would see somebody try to talk to him, he was still one-worded answers or very short. Yeah.
Could you tell, well, were there any occasions where you went beyond saying just hey or hello?
Yeah, I do recall one time in the laboratory where he came in to, he wanted me to check something, and we just kind of like, hey James, how are you? What are you doing? We kind of had a brief, try to communicate with him, like, what are you doing? Are you going to school?
Let me ask you, when you're saying we, who were you referring to?
All me and my coworkers at the time.
Okay.
There's three of us in the laboratory.
Okay. So go on.
So he was a new guy, so we just kind of wanted to get to know him, and we asked him what he was doing. He said he was going to school at the time, but he was
That he was going to school or he was going to go to
going
school?
back to school, but he was working. He was in San Diego area, staying with his parents at the time, and he was just working while he was there. So he said something about having I don't remember if he said full scholarship, something like that, for his education. So, and he was living with his parents, and you know he was just making money for himself. So I asked him, why are you going to school, or why are you working if you have all your paid schooling and you live with your parents, you're not paying rent? Why are you working? He just said something about, oh, I just want to buy my slushy machine, save money to buy a slushy machine. I thought that was kind of weird.
Well, how did you respond? Did you laugh? Did you?
We laughed, we thought he was kind of playing around, but
And what was his response when you guys laughed?
he was kind of like just looking at us like, are you making fun of me, or are you laughing at me, or laughing at, is it funny, or are you making fun of me?
Okay.
Kind of like that look.
Did it seem to you whether he really understood the social interaction very well?
It calls for speculation and hearsay.
Sustained to the form of the question.
How did you take his response?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Was there a time where you were talking to Mr. Holmes about speaking Spanish?
Yes.
Okay.
I would object to any conversation, testimony as hearsay.
Well, that's an anticipatory objection, so it's overruled. If there's a question that you think calls for hearsay, then you can object.
In that conversation, was Mr. Holmes very engaging with you all?
It calls for a hearsay response.
No, I don't think it does. Sir, she's asking if he was engaging with you. You can't testify about what he said or what was said, but the question is, was he engaging? Can you
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Did he do anything that you thought was kind of funny?
He did we tried to teach him Spanish, and he did try to pronounce the words in Spanish.
Was he able to do that very well?
No.
And how did you respond when he tried to pronounce words in Spanish?
We just laughed.
Overruled?
We just laughed and, thought it was funny.
Okay.
And again, he looked at us like, are you making fun of me, or is it really funny?
Okay.
Just that look.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the social dynamic at Marical. Was there a lunchroom at Marical?
There was.
And where was that?
It was in the opposite building of where we worked. There was 4 buildings in the company, and it was the opposite one, right across.
On the second shift that goes from sort of mid-afternoon to late evening or early morning, what time was it that you all would go to lunch?
8 o'clock.
Okay. And would you all go to lunch together in the lunchroom fairly frequently?
All the coworkers? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for the most part, everybody would go into the break room and have their lunch.
Okay. Did Mr. Holmes do that?
No.
Did you ever see him eating lunch with the group at the lunchroom?
No, never. For the most part, he would go in his car and just go buy lunch and come back and just park,
Okay.
eat his food in his car,
Alone?
alone. I noticed that because I would go out for my lunch and come back,
Okay.
sometimes go into the break room or not, but he would always be in the parking lot.
Okay. What about sort of social, like birthday functions? Did you do anything like that, the coworkers together at Marical?
We did. At the end of the month, we would celebrate birthdays for whoever had a birthday that month. We would celebrate it at the end of the month.
Okay. Did Mr. Holmes ever attend those functions?
No, he wouldn't, but only one time he did. He showed up, and it was kind of, we were amazed that he was there. You know, we weren't expecting him there, but he showed up, and we're like, oh, James is here, okay.
Did he speak to anybody?
No, he was to himself, very quiet. He just got his food and ate it and left.
Is it fair to say, or would you say that Mr. Holmes was just not really very social with any of the workers at Marical?
He wasn't social at all. I thought at first he maybe because he was new, he'd try to get to know people, but he was there for a while, or after maybe a week or two, you know, you would figure he would talk, but he was never talkative.
Okay. Do you remember any occasion where you saw him act what you thought was a bit strangely?
I did. During one episode, I was returning, I believe, a sample that I was inspecting, and I went into his coating, the machine that he was operating, little room. I went through the curtains, and I have to go through his room to go to another room. As I opened the curtains, I saw him staring at the wall. I don't know if I can act it out.
Did he look?
He looked spaced out, like he had his notes, taking notes, but he was kind of looking at the wall and just staring at it like somebody was talking to him.
Okay.
And
I just want to have the record reflect that what you were doing with your face was right there was you had your face a little bit upturned with your eyes looking up. Were you trying to sort of reenact what he looked like?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he have any sort of expression on his face at that point?
He did. He kind of had like a smirk on his face, and like he was kind of like laughing or smiling.
Okay. What did you do when you saw him? Well, before I get there, when somebody is working in his position doing the pill coating, you said is he supposed to be taking notes, or what is he supposed to be doing while that machine's in operation?
Every 15 minutes, I believe they jot down what the temperature is, the speed of the rotating machine, all these other little. I'm not sure. I've never operated the machine exactly, but I know that they do jot down the temperature and the speed.
Okay.
Every 15 minutes.
So he had his notes, but he wasn't taking notes. Is that right?
He was. No, I didn't see him taking notes at the time, but I saw him staring at the ceiling, at the wall with the notebook and his pencil in his hand.
With this little bit of a smile kind of on his face?
Yes.
So when you saw that, did you think it was kind of strange?
Objection to the relevance of what this witness thought.
Well, I'm gonna sustain it to ask and answer. It's been asked and it's been answered.
Okay. Had you ever seen him do that before?
No, never.
Okay. What did you do in response to seeing that?
I asked him, James, are you okay?
Did he respond to you?
No.
Okay.
It's like if I wasn't there.
I'm sorry?
It's like if I was never there, because I was literally 3 feet from him.
Uh-huh.
And initially I thought he was playing around. Maybe he saw me coming in. And so he was kind of, doing that on purpose. So I laughed, and then he wouldn't acknowledge me. So I said, James, you okay? And he still wouldn't acknowledge me. So I was like, okay. So I just walked across, did my job, came back, and he was back to normal, like if nothing happened. He saw me, and I thought he was going to say something to me, like, I fooled you, or haha, something.
But
He
nothing.
didn't say nothing. He just went back to work. And
When you saw him sort of staring up into the wall or the ceiling with a little bit of a grin on his face, and you said, hey, when you spoke to him, did you speak loud enough that you thought he would have heard you?
yes,
Okay. And you didn't get any response?
no.
I'm just going to take just a moment, and then I think we might be done. Oh, it's right here, right in front of me. I'm going to, Your Honor, if I may approach with Defense Exhibit DTR-71, please.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Sir, if you could take a look at that. Do you recognize, I don't want you to tell me what it is, but do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. When you're talking about the sort of pill coating machines that Mr. Holmes worked on, is that what's in that photograph?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Does that kind of accurately represent what those machines look like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've seen those machines plenty of times before.
Yes.
Worked on them a number of times, is that fair?
I didn't work on them, but I did
Inspect them.
inspect them, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move for admission of D-TR-71, please.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, without objection, it is admitted.
And if we could publish that to the jury, please? So, sir, you've inspected these machines, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you sort of describe for the jury what this machine does, what we're looking at here in this photograph?
Well, basically the nozzles that are in the middle of the picture,
Mm-hmm.
that actually comes out so they can clean them and take them apart. Inside is like a giant, I want to say like a drying machine, and it has those baffles. So inside that pan, they would load up with pills, vitamins, and then they would set the speed with the nozzles on the left, or the buttons on the left.
Behind the buttons behind that
The
circular.
plastic, yeah, that's the plastic cover.
Okay.
They would put the nozzles inside and then turn it on, spray it at their speed and the correct pressure, and the machine would basically just rotate and the pills would be sprayed inside.
And do you know how long it would take to do that?
It would depend on the vitamin. Sometimes it would take 30 minutes, sometimes 2-3 hours.
Okay. And then it was the responsibility of the pill coating operator to document that as it's going along?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then when a batch was done, is that when you would come in to inspect or clean or?
Yes, they would actually drop it in the bottom of the, you can't really see it, but at the bottom they would put in this other pan, a rolling pan, and the doors at the bottom would open and it would drop into that pan. Once that happened, they would go and call me either by phone or they would go into my lab and tell me, hey, I need you to inspect this batch. And I would go in there and grab my sample.
So you would inspect the batch?
Yes, take a small sample, maybe 2-3 kilos.
And when we're talking about the batch, we're talking about the actual pills that have been coated?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Then would you have to do anything to the machine before they could do a new batch?
If it was a completely new material, they would have to wash it completely and disinfect it, and then they would call me and I would check it out, revise it, make sure everything's good.
Make sure it's okay to do
Make
another
sure
batch?
it's clean and ready to use, yes, for a different batch.
Now, to be clear for the jury, in your experience with Mr. Holmes working on this machine, he was able to communicate with you when you needed to inspect a batch or inspect a machine, is that right?
Leading.
Sustained.
Was he able to communicate to you when he was supposed to?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was able to operate the machine? Was he able to operate the machine?
Yes, ma'am.
When he was working at Marical, did he show up to work on time?
Every time.
Did he stay to the end of the shift and complete his hours?
Just his 8-hour shift, left on time, came in at time, and went home.
Able to do his job?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, I don't have any further questions for you. I thank you very much. We can take that down.
Any cross-examination? I think you'll need to plug it in, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. King. Sir, I have a few questions for you. If you don't understand any of my questions, just let me know, and I'll try to make it understandable.
Okay.
When's the last time you would have seen the defendant prior to today? And I don't mean on TV, I mean in person.
In person?
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Sometime in the early part of 2011?
Probably the late 2011.
Okay, well, he would have moved out to Colorado to start graduate school in about May, so, of 2011. So it would have had to been before that, right?
Would have been before that.
So would you think about a year and a half or so maybe before the massacre at the theater?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative is the form of the question.
Sustained.
All right, about a year and a half or so before the 12 people were shot and killed at the theater?
Yes.
And you never hung out with the defendant outside of work, correct?
Correct.
So you never had an opportunity to see how he reacted and got along with his personal friends, with his family, and people like that, correct?
Correct.
And he never had a circumstance where, like, a friend dropped by the work or something and you got a chance to see that. That never happened, correct?
No, never.
So you don't know whether he was the same outside of work or different outside of work, correct?
Correct.
And even though you had a brief conversation with him about the slushy machine, and we'll get to that in a little bit, you don't know what the circumstances were that led to him taking that job, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if his mom said, you got to take a job and stop playing video games, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if he really sort of resented having to take that job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. It calls for speculation,
I'm asking him if he knows, Your Honor.
and it's been asked and answered.
Overruled on both counts.
So you don't know whether or not he resented having to take that job, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know whether he found that job extremely boring, correct?
Correct.
You don't know whether he felt that that job was beneath his intellectual abilities, correct?
Correct.
And this job was just a temporary thing with him, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
You were never under the impression that he was going to have a career at this
No.
employer, correct?
Correct.
Now, you certainly never had a chance to sit and joke around with him and get to understand his sense of humor, right?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't really know him all that well because when you were asked to identify him, you pointed out someone other than him in his room, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said that when he said the thing about the slushy machine, you thought he was playing around and joking, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that does sound like something that could be a joke, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And I don't mean to force you to say yes, it's for the court reporter there, she can't take down
I understand.
uh-huh. I want to talk about this thing where you described the pill coating process and you saw him in the room sort of looking at the ceiling with, did you say a smirk on his face?
Yes.
And you said that when you're doing this process, you got to log the time or the readings on the machine every 15 minutes, is that right?
Yes.
So and he was supposed to stay in the room with the machine?
Yes.
And I take it he wasn't allowed to like sit there and read a novel or watch TV or something while that was going on.
No, that wasn't allowed.
So what would happen in between those 15-minute things where he has to mark what's going on the machine?
They would either clean their buckets that they had there or maybe sweep their area, just keeping the area clean.
So there's not a great amount of like intellectual activity during that time, correct?
Correct.
And for a real smart person, that could be pretty boring, right?
I assume so.
And have you ever heard of daydreaming?
I have.
And have you ever seen a person just in regular life sort of daydreaming and maybe laugh to themselves at something funny that they thought of?
Yeah.
And sometimes people might even do that staring at the ceiling, right?
Yes.
When you talked with him, would it be fair to say that he maintained good eye contact with you?
For the most part, he did, yes.
And he did his job came on time, left on time, correct?
Correct.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
How would he dress? It was like normal guy at the plant?
Yeah, just normal clothing, and the company would supply us with coats, and everybody would have to wear a coat.
Like a lab coat?
Yes, lab coat.
And there's nothing unusual about his hygiene or appearance or anything like that?
No.
Thank you. I don't have anything further on cross-examination.
All right, thank you. Any redirect, Ms. Higgs?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Ms. Higgs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Orman?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, sir, thank you. Well, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, we'd call David Maldonado.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me, please, so that I can administer an oath? You solemnly swear or affirm in the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, please be seated. You can hand me that exhibit there. Could you please tell us your full name for the record?
David Maldonado,
And can you spell your first and last names?
D-A-B-I-D, Maldonado. It's M-A-L-D-O-N-A-D-O.
All right, Ms. Brady, you may proceed.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Can you tell the jury where you're from?
I'm from Oceanside, California.
All right, and how are you employed?
I work at a nutritional company by the name of Miracle.
And is Merical M-E-R-I-C-A-L?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of company is that?
We manufacture natural supplements, calciums, natural herbs, and vitamins, just regular vitamins.
How long have you worked there?
I'm going on 14 years.
All right. Did you work there in the fall of 2010 into the spring of 2011?
Yes.
And did a man by the name of James Holmes work there at that time?
Yes, I did.
And do you recognize Mr. Holmes?
Yes, I do.
How long did Mr. Holmes work there? Do you recall?
I took over on the second shift on November of 2010, and I only remember working along with Mr. Holmes for around 3 weeks.
For approximately 3 weeks?
Yes.
And what was your job assignment at that time?
I was the supervisor of the whole second shift
And what time of day approximately was the second shift?
from 3:45 to 2:30 in the morning.
Okay, so 3:45 in the afternoon to 2:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. What did Mr. Holmes do for work at Merical?
He was an operator for a coding machine. That's where a coding machine, it's a machine where we put tablets and we apply a liquid in order to give it a coat to last longer and so people can swallow it a little better.
Okay. Your Honor, can I show this witness D-TR-71 that was just previously admitted, please?
Yes, do you want me to hand this to him?
Please, Your
Here
Honor,
you go,
thank
sir.
you. And if we could put that on the screen?
You bet.
Thank you. Mr. Maldonado, is this the machine that you were describing?
Yes, this is a high coder model 170.
And so that's the machine that coats the vitamins or the pills?
Yes.
And does that look like the machine that Mr. Holmes would have worked on?
That's the machine that Mr. Holmes worked on, yes.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you, sir. Can you describe for the jury what your impressions were of Mr. Holmes as you met him?
Right. When I took over on second shift on November, there were a lot of faces that I knew, but there were a lot of new employees or temps, as Mr. Holmes, he was through a temp agency that worked with us. I needed to go around and introduce myself so they knew who I was. For the first week, as I passed through the coding department where he worked, I would hey, hello, how you doing? Introduce myself and ask him what the process of the machine, how was the process, was he doing okay, was there anything he needed? And every time I passed and talked to him, he became nervous and he would just pull into a corner. Well, there's a square room and there was a pallet in front, and he would go in between the pallet and the machine on the corner, and he would get really, as I said, really nervous. He would take his goggles off and make those long eyes, and he would feel like real intimidated. Well, that went on like for the first 3-4 days. I went over to our HR department and asked them about Mr. Holmes.
Well, I'm going to object to this conversation as hearsay.
Sustained.
Without telling us what was said, you went and discussed this issue with HR at the company?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you take any actions then to try and make Mr. Holmes feel more comfortable or anything?
I mean, I would pass by and say hello, ask him about the processes. Each time I tried to get near him, at the same thing, he got intimidated, nervous, and I just step off. And I mean, after the first week that I was there, he put in his 2-week notice that he was leaving, and after that, I just kind of stayed away from him.
Okay. Did you get the impression like that he was just a rude person?
No, he was nice, he was cordial. He was just intimidated by, I felt he was intimidated by me.
Okay. Was it your understanding he was at ease with anyone else at the company?
No, he had a pretty good relationship with the co-workers. I believe there were like around 4 or 5 more employees working on that department. They all seemed to like him.
Did Mr. Holmes socialize a lot with those other employees?
He didn't socialize much with anyone. He was just a quiet person. He did his job, and that was it.
Did you ever see him eating lunch with any of the other employees or taking a break with anyone?
The only time that he stepped into our lunchroom, it was at a baby shower that the employees were doing for another employee that worked on the department that Mr. Holmes worked. That was the only time he went into the lunchroom that I saw him.
Did he talk a lot at that baby shower?
No, he was mainly just standing, applauding. He ate cake, and he went back to work.
Okay. When you would try and talk with him, would he make eye contact with you?
He wouldn't. He would try to kind of hide his look and look down and react as a 5 to 9-year-old boy.
He appeared like a boy to you?
Yes.
Did he ever cause any trouble for you at the plant?
No, never.
The entire time that you were around him, did you ever see him carry on a conversation or do much talking at all?
Not much. At the end, when he like 2-3 days before he left, I remember walking through that department, and yeah, his coworkers were chatting with him, and they were asking him where was he going to go. He explained to them, and then I got near them and I started hearing the conversation, and they were just teasing. They told me, look, he's moving on, and here, James, tell him what you wanna do, what you wanna get. And he
Object to hearsay.
All right, sustained.
Did you think that Mr. Holmes was just a shy person, or were you worried that it was more than just shyness?
I was worried that it was more than just shyness.
Why is that?
He was odd. He did not act normal, regular like the other employees. I would understand when a new person or gets introduced, it tends to be a little shy, but within 3-4 days, they know who you are and they come forward, they talk to you. They're normal, they appear normal.
And he never got to that point?
No.
Okay. Was it your understanding that he left Marical because he was going to go back to school?
Yes,
Did you ever have an opportunity to socialize or hang out with him outside of work?
never, no,
Do you know anyone who socialized with him outside of work?
no.
Do you know where he would take his lunch hours?
His car,
With anyone?
not that I know of.
And the work that he was doing, did it involve any kind of intellectual abilities? Did you have to be able to do math or anything to do the job that he did?
Yes, you have to be good at math or good at using a calculator.
Okay. And could you tell whether he seemed to be good at math or whether he used a calculator?
I am, from what I understand from his lead, he was very good at math and he would do math on his head. I mean, we would use a calculator, he would do it on his head.
And was he good at doing the job?
Yes, he was. I never received any complaints. There were no errors on the production. Everything was good.
And what stuck out was just his odd sort of social behavior.
Yes.
If I can have a moment?
Yes.
That's all I have. Mr. Maldonado, the district attorney might have some questions for you.
Is there any cross-examination, Mr. Orman?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I have a few questions for you. It sounds like you knew the defendant for about 3 weeks
That's right.
in November of 2010.
Yes.
And since, so did it go into December or was it all during November?
I can't recall that. I mean, I remember, after a week that I took over second shift, within a week, he put in his 2 weeks that he was leaving, and that's it.
And fair to say that apart from maybe on TV, you haven't seen him since he left Marical
That's right.
until today.
That's right.
And as Ms. Brady asked you, the only opportunity you really had to observe him was during work, correct?
Correct.
You never hung out with him, never went to his house, never went to a bar with him or anything like that?
That's right. Never.
You never got to see what he was like outside of the work environment?
That's right.
But in your opinion, he was an ideal employee at Marical, correct?
He was quiet and he did what he was supposed to.
Do you remember speaking with Mr. Bishop, an investigator for Ms. Brady's office, and this would have been in June of 2013, and saying that, quote, I would say he was the ideal employee?
No, I said he did a good job, and I don't recall saying that specific words that he was an ideal employee. I remember that I said he was a good employee.
And once you would actually start talking to him, he would respond, correct?
He would respond, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
The job that he was doing, is it typical for the employees in that job to be an honors graduate from UC Riverside?
An objective foundation?
Sir, I don't know whether you have enough knowledge to answer this question. If you do not, then let us know. Repeat the question, please.
Sir, is it typical for people in the job that the defendant was doing on the pill coating machine to have a bachelor's degree?
In the industry, it's normal. On that particular department, no.
And how about graduating with honors from a place like UC Riverside?
No,
Would you say that an honors graduate in neuroscience from UC Riverside is a little overqualified for that job?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
I wouldn't say overqualified, but I mean, from what I understand, people need to do whatever they need to get a job.
Okay. Everybody needs to make a living.
Yes.
Is that the kind of job that might be boring for someone with that educational background?
Yes, but within our industry, our company, there's many different branches that I mean, a person that exceeds might move on to.
When you saw the defendant at work, was he dressed appropriately for the job?
Yeah, I mean, we provide our own coats to our work, so I mean, he wasn't in a suit or anything. He was casual.
And anything unusual about his hygiene or things like that?
No.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions on cross-examination.
All right, thank you. Ms. Brady, do you have any redirect?
Very, very short.
Okay.
Mr. Maldonado, was it your understanding that Mr. Holmes was there through a temporary agency?
That's right.
And when he would respond to you, would he talk a lot, or would his responses to you be very short?
Very short. He would just answer whatever I asked, and as I said, turn around or just act nervous, frightened.
Frightened?
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds like you're not exactly sure of the dates, but it seems like you're sure that it was during the last 3 weeks that Mr. Holmes worked for Marical.
Yes,
And that was when your interaction with him was.
that's correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Orman, do you have any recross?
I do not. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. Ms. Brady, may this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Is there any objection, Mr. Orman?
No objection.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
The defense would call Dr. Rachel Davis.
Good morning, doctor. Could I have you raise your right hand, please, so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please be seated. You can hand me that exhibit there. Thank you. Please tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Rachel Ann Davis, Rachel Annene Davis.
All right, you may proceed, Mr. King.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Thank you for taking the time to come down and talk to us. How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm currently on faculty at the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Colorado, Denver, and I also work part-time in the Denver Health Psych ER.
Are you a psychiatrist?
I am a psychiatrist.
Can you briefly describe to us what your educational background is? Where did you go to undergraduate school?
I went to undergraduate school at University of Colorado Boulder. I have a degree in molecular, cellular, and developmental biology. I went to medical school at University of Colorado Health Sciences Center, and I went to my 4 years of psychiatry residency at University of Colorado Health Sciences Center.
When did you graduate from medical school?
2005,
And when did you complete your residency?
2009.
And so are you board certified or
Yes.
not?
I am board certified.
And what discipline are you board certified in?
Psychiatry.
And what work history have you had as a board certified psychiatrist? Principally at Denver Health or?
Well, I did 3 years, half-time private practice and half-time Denver Health Psych ER. In the last 2 years, my full-time job has been clinical director of student mental health on the Anschutz Medical Campus, and then part-time at Denver Health in the Psych ER.
Thank you. What defense exhibit are we up to?
So, I think it's 72, right? Doctor, could you pull the microphone closer to your mouth, please? Thank you.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Doctor, I'm handing you what I have marked. 72. Can you take a look at that and tell me?
Yes, I do. It's my CV.
And is that, I think we received that late 2014 or early 2015. Is that basically a current CV of yours? Can you just take a peek at it?
Yes, I've had a couple more presentations since then, but otherwise it's current.
Judge, I'd move the admission of D-TR-72.
Is there any objection to her CV being admitted?
Your Honor.
All right, without objection, it's admitted.
And I would ask that Dr. Davis be qualified under Rule 702 in the People versus Schreck as an expert in psychiatry, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Same objection as before, Your Honor.
All right, based on my previous ruling, the court will accept Dr. Davis as an expert witness in the field of psychiatry. That's pursuant to Rule 702 of the Colorado Rules of Evidence and the decision in People versus Schreck, which is cited at 22 Pacific 3rd, 68, Colorado 2001. Members of the jury, that means that I have now accepted Dr. Davis as an expert witness in the field of psychiatry, and she is now able to render expert opinions in that field. Please remember that you're not bound by the testimony of a witness who testifies as an expert. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The weight that you give the testimony is entirely your decision. All right, with that, you may proceed, Mr. King.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, were you employed at Denver Health Medical Center in the same capacity as a psychiatrist back in November of the year 2012?
Yes.
Did you come into contact and were you part of a psychiatric consult team that treated Mr. James Holmes during that period of time? And you're going to need to keep your voice up. Just if you're soft-spoken, that's fine. Just lean into that mic a little bit there.
Would counsel approach for just a moment, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, let me give you the limiting instruction that I have given you before, and that is that the court has admitted the testimony of Dr. Davis only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. The same limiting instruction applies to the testimony of the two witnesses who just testified, the testimony of Jose Sanchez Lopez and the testimony of David Maldonado, as well as Exhibit D-TR-71, which is the picture that was displayed earlier today. Does everyone understand that? And everyone's saying yes and nodding their head yes. And for that matter, it also, the instruction also applies to the exhibit that I just admitted, which is Dr. Davis's CV. All right, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. King.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you explain to us how the psychiatric consult team works in the, or how it worked with regard to Mr. Holmes's being a patient of yours down at Denver Health?
You mean that particular night?
Sure. And how, like, how is it that there's a consult team and how does the psychiatric consult team become involved in a patient's care?
Sure. So the consult team becomes involved when the admitting medical team feels that there is a psychiatric issue and they request a psychiatric consult. That particular night, I was the attending in the psychiatric emergency room, which means I'm the attending on call for consults and backup for the resident on call as well.
So, you got a call from somebody, I'm assuming, to come down, is that right?
Yes.
And, did you have contact with Mr. Holmes first, do you recall?
I believe it was 11:15 in the evening of 2012.
And let me know if you need to see any of your notes or anything to refresh your recollection, I can show you those.
Okay, I probably will.
Okay. When you saw Mr. Holmes, were you alone or were you there with a resident with you?
I actually had two residents with me, one who was on call that night, who did the evaluation with me, and one who was on the consult team from the day and hadn't gone home yet.
Okay, so these residents then, are they psychiatrists too?
Yes. Well, they're in psychiatry residency training.
And so what would be the function of having the resident there and your relationship with the resident in this consult?
So generally, the resident does the first line evaluation under my supervision.
And so in this case, for example, did the resident basically write down the notes from your consult and then you signed off on them? Does that make sense?
Yes, we sat down together and wrote up the evaluation.
And would that have happened just fairly soon after you had the contact with Mr. Holmes?
It happened right after we had the consult.
Are those notes that you taken in the regular course of conducting your business there in treating patients? Is that something you do as a regular practice?
Yes.
And is the procedure that's instituted made to make sure that those notes and documentations are accurate at the time that they're made?
Yes, we're supposed to be accurate.
And they're made by, these are lawyer questions. Are those notes made by yourself and these residents, made by people who are in the know, people who know what they're talking about when they write down what's going on?
Yes.
And are they preserved in the course of your business at Denver Health Medical Center in order so that you have accurate means of referring back to them later on for future patient care, or if you have to forward the history to somebody else, or if you have to come to court or testify, something like this?
Yes, they're preserved in the medical record.
Now, when you, excuse me, prior to your seeing Mr. Holmes, had he seen the medical team already and they called you in? Is that how it took place?
Yes.
And do you know who that was that he saw or not off the top of your
I
head?
don't know who that was off the top of my head.
Do you know by the time you saw him whether or not he had been medicated with any antipsychotic medication or not?
He had received 5 milligrams of intramuscular Haldol about 30 minutes before we saw him.
What is Haldol?
Haldol, generic is haloperidol. It's an antipsychotic.
And it may sound silly to ask this question, but what would you prescribe Haldol for?
So you'd prescribe Haldol for signs and symptoms of psychosis, such as disorganized behavior, agitation, hallucinations, delusions.
And do you know whether or not by the time, when you saw him, had Mr. Holmes been at the hospital for a couple or several hours at that point?
I believe so. I don't know exactly how long.
Okay. By the time you saw him, were you aware of whether his condition had improved somewhat, perhaps as a result of the Haldol or not?
Per nursing staff and the sheriffs, they reported that his behavior had become more organized.
In what way?
Prior to us arriving, they reported that he was repeating nonsense phrases and smearing feces.
Okay, thank you. Did you see that when you came in contact with him, any behaviors like that?
He was still disorganized, but he was able to participate in the conversation, and he wasn't smearing feces anymore.
Were you able to, did you get any of the medical chart from the jail So did you have some idea of why he had been brought to Denver Health?
Yes, we had notes from the previous few days.
Do you recall anything about what types of symptoms he'd been exhibiting that caused his admission to your facility, ma'am?
I recall the note said he was sometimes taking off his clothes, behaving bizarrely, demonstrating self-injurious behaviors such as jumping backwards off his bed or running his head into the wall, saying things that didn't make sense, refusing to eat or drink.
Did you, when you talk about disorganization, what do you mean when you say disorganization? Is that a clinical term of art?
It is a clinical term. It basically means not able to organize in order to relate or function in a normal capacity. So demonstrating behaviors that don't necessarily make sense or go along with reality.
And is that a hallmark, one of the hallmark symptoms of psychosis?
It is, yes.
You've seen psychotic people before, I'm
Yes.
assuming.
Yes.
Give us an estimate of how many psychotic people you've seen before or treated.
Hundreds. I have no idea, but hundreds, if not more than 1,000.
Is psychosis the type of thing that in clinical experience becomes easier to identify and recognize over time? I'm assuming that's true. I don't know, but
Yes,
I'm
that's
wondering.
true.
Let's talk briefly about delirium as well, if we may. What's delirium?
Delirium is altered mental status due to a medical condition.
Is there a difference in the way the altered mental status of someone who is delirious presents than the altered mental status of someone who's suffering from a psychosis presents, or are they difficult to parse out?
They can be difficult to parse out, but there are distinguishing factors. Delirium tends to present with an altered sensorium or a decreased level of alertness, where a person will have difficulty maintaining awareness and engaging in ongoing conversation or interview or evaluation. So you would see that in delirium. Delirium also tends to have a waxing and waning course, where a person may present as coherent and with it for a period of time, and then disorganized and psychotic and unaware for a period of time. So it tends to fluctuate.
And I might have missed it. You said some word that I did not recognize. It was delirium was something?
An altered sensorium.
Sensorium. What does that mean?
So that basically means that the person doesn't have a normal level of alertness or awareness.
Would that be awareness of who they are or where they are, like orientation, something like that? Or?
Ability to sustain or maintain attention, basically.
And that waxing and waning that you were talking about, is that something that can happen over days or weeks, or something that you're talking about that happens, over the course of minutes or hours?
Either.
Okay. And what causes delirium?
Many things, any sort of medical illness, many medical illnesses.
How about metabolic disturbance, not eating or drinking enough?
That could.
When you encountered Mr. Holmes, did he seem to be disoriented about, was it your impression, clinical impression, that he seemed disoriented about where he was or what was happening, or the questions that were being asked of him?
I don't know if I use the term disoriented. He gave answers that didn't necessarily make sense.
Okay, so you would ask him a question and he would respond? Would he respond to you?
Yes.
What kind of responses would you get back from him, though?
Responses that didn't necessarily answer the question or answered the question in a bizarre manner that didn't necessarily make sense. Sometimes he would answer in ways that made sense. For example, he did know that he was in a hospital.
Okay. anything, about the way he presented, did that make you think that the fact that he responded to you, but responded with things that didn't make sense most of the time, did that make you think this is more like a delirium or more like a psychosis or both?
Psychosis seemed to be the predominating presentation when I saw him.
And you saw him on the 15th, which was the day that he was admitted, is that right?
Yes.
You had heard from the jail, had you not, that there was some record of him not refusing to eat and drink periodically over the days preceding at the jail. Was there some record of that?
Yes, there was.
Do you know whether or not he'd been treated by the medical team for any kind of metabolic disturbance? Had they given him an IV or given him potassium or anything along those lines? Do you recall or do you not?
He had gotten IV fluid. I'm not sure whether they'd given him potassium yet or any electrolytes.
Now, when you saw Mr. Holmes, did he appear disheveled? Was he dressed? How did he present?
He was disheveled. He had a lot of bruises and marks on him. His eyes were bloodshot. One of them had a bright red spot in it. I believe he had blood crusted on his nose. I don't remember if he was dressed, but I do remember he was partly exposed somehow. Either his clothes or the bed sheets were falling off of him.
Okay. Did he appear to be disturbed by the fact that he was exposed?
No.
Is that significant?
It's consistent with psychosis.
Did you observe anything that made you think that he might have been responding to internal stimuli, things going on inside him that weren't really going on in the environment?
Yes, he would sometimes pause a long time before answering questions, which is what people sometimes do when they're hearing auditory hallucinations.
Do you recall whether you asked him if he had been eating or drinking or why he had?
Yes, this is where it might be helpful to see my notes.
Okay. If I can approach the witness, Your Honor, I'll show counsel this first.
You may approach.
Thank you.
Take a look through there and refresh your memory.
And for the record, Mr. King, you've handed her notes, medical notes.
Yes, Your Honor, and I can mark those if you'd like.
That's all right.
So when we asked him why he wasn't eating or drinking, he said, "I didn't know what the juice is, and I was in a box without any juice and couldn't reach it." When asked why he didn't eat yesterday, he said, "When was yesterday? How long was yesterday?"
Did you ask him if he received any meals in the jail?
I asked him if he received any meds in the jail.
Meds, okay. And what did he say about that?
He received meds to find things, as well as rest and sleep.
Is that meds to find things in your notes?
Um,
Or maps to find things?
You know, that's an excellent question. It actually looks like maps to find things.
Did he complain about his thoughts not making sense at some point?
Yes, he did, and he said he needed to be more in line with what other people think.
Now, given his statements and his presentation, was it your clinical impression that he was psychotic at the time, ma'am?
Yes.
And did he make a statement about his food being red? And what was the significance of that? If it is significant to you.
Let me find that. I I do recall he made a statement about his food being red. I don't remember what that was in response to. But no, it didn't really have any particular significance other than that it didn't make sense
Okay.
and was consistent with psychotic answers.
Your impression notes that the patient presents psychotic with catatonic features. What are catatonic features, ma'am?
So the not eating and not drinking is consistent with catatonia. He also demonstrated odd body postures with his arms and legs, which is something people sometimes do when they're catatonic.
What kind of odd body postures?
Putting arms or legs in positions and just leaving them there, positions that didn't really have any purpose.
Okay. And is catatonia a psychotic symptom as well?
Catatonia can be a symptom of psychosis or a mood disorder.
Did he endorse any hallucinations when you talked to him? Auditory hallucinations, do you recall?
Yes, he did. He said he heard 8 voices.
And did he know who the voices were, or could he, any other comments about the voices?
We asked him if he recognized the voices, and he said, I think so. When we asked him if they were male or female, he said 7 and 1.
You remember prior to the, you said prior to being given the Haldol, before you saw him, the report was that he was repeating nonsensical phrases or something like that. Do you remember what those might have been, or one of them might have been?
One example they gave was the word shadow point, repeating that over and over.
Just repeating the same thing over and over again?
Yes.
Is there a psychiatric word for that?
Echolalia.
Following your contact with Mr. Holmes, did you have any other subsequent contact with him while he was at at your facility there, or is that the only day that you saw him?
I only saw him that one day.
Did you make any change in the prescribed medication of Haldol, or did you maintain that medication and dosage?
I believe they had only ordered him a one-time dose, so we recommended that they order a scheduled dose of 2.5 milligrams twice a day, as well as lorazepam, 2 milligrams 3 times a day to treat the possible catatonia.
So you can, in addition to the lorazepam, you continued the Haldol?
Correct.
I don't think I have any other questions. Your Honor, I'd like to mark her notes as D-TR73 and move the admission of those notes, please.
Is there any objection, Ms. Pearson?
Your Honor, objection would be cumulative to her testimony.
All right. I'll take it under advisement and defer on that. Members of the jury, it's 10:15. Let's go ahead and take our morning break at this time. Please keep in mind my admonishments during the break. They all apply, and I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Could I see those notes, please?
Yes.
I'm gonna review them during the break, and then I'll rule on them after the break. All right. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
Please rise.
Please be seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. I had an opportunity to look at the medical notes for Dr. Davis. Is this marked, Mr. King, as D-TR-73?
Not yet, but I would like to mark it.
Okay, all right.
And Your Honor, I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm going to withdraw my objection to the admission.
All right, I'm gonna allow it anyway, so there's no objection, so now it's admitted without objection. But my ruling was going to be that even though there's some overlap between the testimony and the documents, there are some things in the records that Dr. Davis has not testified about. And furthermore, as I have been saying throughout the trial, it's not unusual for an exhibit to have some overlap with testimony, and that does not render the exhibit inadmissible. And I don't think that this is would qualify as the unnecessary presentation of cumulative evidence. But in any event, Ms. Pearson has withdrawn her objection, so it is admitted without objection. And I will inform the jury about that when the jury's back in the courtroom. Are the parties ready for the jury? Ms. Pearson, are you ready for your cross-examination? All right, are you ready, Mr. King?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Do you wanna put this exhibit on the table? Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Members of the jury, Ms. Pearson has withdrawn her objection to Exhibit D-TR-73. So that exhibit is admitted without objection. The limiting instruction that I gave you earlier applies to this exhibit. So that's the instruction that says that the evidence has been limited only for a limited purpose, and that is that you may consider the evidence only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall you shall not consider the evidence for any other purpose. Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Good morning, Dr. Davis.
Good morning.
Looking at the records that, and I think you have the exhibit in front of you, it appears, oh, it's up there. I'm going to get it and get it back to her. So that you have it available.
Thank you.
It appears the defendant was admitted to the medical unit for AMS, fever, and tachycardia, correct?
Correct.
And fever's pretty self-explanatory, and tachycardia is an irregular heartbeat,
Yes, a fast
And-
heartbeat.
and AMS is what?
Altered mental status.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I
Al-
didn't hear.
Altered mental status?
Okay, thank you.
Now, when you saw him, you then saw evidence of delirium and psychosis, is that right?
Mostly I saw psychosis.
And fever could cause a person to be delirious. That's a medical condition that can cause delirium, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And the fast heartbeat could be a side effect of the delirium, would that be right?
Or more likely a side effect of the fever
Okay, or
or
the
some other
fever.
medical.
And again, this is a lawyer,
Sure.
trying to talk to a doctor, so. From your report, it appears that you actually saw the defendant at 20:30, which would be 8:30 PM, isn't that right?
Correct.
And that he had gotten his first dose of Haldol at 6:55 PM, about an hour and a half earlier.
Oh, that's correct.
Now, you ultimately spent about an hour with him, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
And then from there, he went on to someone else, to be seen by other doctors within the Denver Health Medical System.
Correct.
So you had never seen him before that date on November 15th of 2012?
No, I hadn't.
You hadn't ever treated him in the spring of 2012 or in the summer of 2012 or anywhere near July of 2012 when the offense occurred?
Correct, I haven't.
And after November 15th of 2012, when you saw him, did you ever see him again?
No, I only saw him that one time.
So your knowledge of how he behaves or what is normal behavior for him is only based on what you saw on that one date for that 1 hour.
Correct.
I believe that you talked about, for instance, when you were speaking with him, that he sort of paused in answering you. Is that-
Sometimes he did, yes.
And you don't know if that's how he regularly, what his regular speech pattern is. Would that be true?
Right.
And that is also something that it could occur with a delirium and being sedated, just pausing and answering if you've been given Haldol?
Yes. You generally see more of a lack of awareness as well, but yes, you could have the pausing.
And I believe that you noted that he had a flat affect.
Yes.
And again, you don't know if that's a regular, how he regularly presents to people, if he just simply has a flat affect.
Correct.
He did, however, know when you were talking to him that he knew he was in the hospital.
Yes.
He knew you were a doctor.
I don't believe I asked him that, but
He knew you were, he appeared to understand you were asking him questions.
Yes.
But he knew where he was,
yes.
so. And among one of the things that you asked him about is if he knew why he was in jail, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And he knew why he was in jail, didn't he?
He said, because I pulled away from the people I knew and I drank their blood. He said, I took the blood that wasn't mine to take and it was unfair. He also said I was selfish.
So he showed some awareness of why he was in jail.
Object that calls for some serious speculation.
Overruled?
He showed some awareness of why he was in jail. I mean, and he knew he was in jail.
Correct. He did know he was in jail. Well, first I believe he clarified that he was in the hospital, and we said actually it's the jail part of the hospital. But yes, those are the answers he gave. They seemed somewhat vague, and consistent with disorganization.
You also noted that he was not suicidal, and in fact, he didn't say he was suicidal. Isn't that correct?
Correct. He said he was not.
Now, if a person chooses not to eat or drink, they could become delirious. Wouldn't that be right?
Yes.
And a person who becomes delirious could then become psychotic. Wouldn't that also be true?
Well, they could have psychosis as a symptom of the delirium.
And in the amount of time that you spent with him, you didn't make a definitive diagnosis about him, would that be right?
Correct. I said he had psychosis not otherwise specified.
At that stage, would it be more of a rule-out diagnosis, that they need to do more testing or spend more time with him to try to determine what actually is going on?
Yes, and to get more history. Psychosis NOS, I used that because we didn't have enough collateral or history to make a definitive diagnosis.
You didn't have any history of him medically other than from the jail from the last couple of days?
Correct.
You didn't have any history about what he was like around the date of offense or shortly after the date of offense?
No, I did not.
Or any kind of history about what he was like before the date of offense?
Correct.
And ultimately, you never got any history of what he was like after he went back to the jail in November of 2012 either, right?
Correct.
Now, Dr. King was, for instance, asking you about catatonia, and, I'm sorry, Dr. King elevated him to your stature, which he's a lawyer.
Promoted, I think.
Mr. King was asking you about catatonia, and you also said that that can be a sign of mood disorder, correct?
Correct.
A lot of the symptoms that you saw are symptoms of both delirium and psychosis, isn't that right?
They could be. In that instance, I wasn't seeing delirium. That doesn't mean he didn't have delirium, because delirium can wax and wane, but what I saw in that period did not seem consistent with delirium.
And when you talk about the waxing and waning, could it have waned for an hour and then increased later, since you
Yes.
only spent an hour with him?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that a lot of the symptoms are consistent with a lot of different kinds of conditions, medical and psychiatric?
A lot of the symptoms, meaning the psychotic symptoms?
Symptoms that you observed, a person being confused is consistent, and giving nonsensical answers can be consistent with delirium or some other kind of medical condition.
Correct.
Did you determine ever what was causing the fever and the elevated white count that you saw?
I didn't, no.
Would you agree that if a person is sitting in jail and knows that they are potentially facing the death penalty, that they might choose not to eat and drink?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You've dealt with a lot of people who have psychiatric conditions, correct?
Yes.
And if a person has bad things going on in their life, have you seen people then who have chosen to do things that will then cause them physical harm, like not eating and drinking?
Yes.
And at the time you saw him, I believe he was also complaining of being thirsty
Yes.
and having throat pain, which would be consistent with being thirsty.
Correct.
So there was an awareness of those physical symptoms that he was currently suffering.
Yes.
One moment. Thank you, doctor. I don't have any more questions.
Is there any redirect, Mr. King?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Doctor, counsel asked you some questions about whether or not you knew what Mr. Holmes' regular speech pattern was, and you did not, is that right?
Correct.
The things that he said to you, were they so bizarre and nonsensical as to not really be part of a normal speech pattern? If he talked like that all the time, would he be psychotic all the time?
Yes, he wouldn't function in society if he talked like he did.
He wouldn't be able to succeed in graduate school?
Correct.
Now, you said you were asked whether he had some awareness of why he was in jail. He was told, was he not, that he was in the jail part of the hospital? Is that right?
Yes, because first he said, I thought I was in the hospital. And we clarified, you're actually in the jail part of the hospital.
And it was then that he made the statement about being in jail because I drank their blood and was selfish or something like that.
Correct.
That seemed nonsensical and psychotic response to you, disorganized response?
Yes, it was a vague, disorganized answer.
Now, you were asked about a definitive diagnosis, and you did not give a definitive diagnosis. You really couldn't, based upon the little amount of information you had. Is that fair?
Correct.
You would need to go into a full history of the patient, look at their past psychiatric conditions, look at how this condition had developed, perhaps look at their family history, any number of things in order to really do a full diagnosis.
Yes,
right?
all of that.
Now, you did note some possible diagnoses in your differential, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And those included schizophrenia, is that right?
Yes,
Bipolar with psychotic features, is
yes,
that right? And SAD, what's SAD?
schizoaffective disorder.
Schizoaffective disorder.
Yes,
Thank you. And those are all psychotic disorders, is that right?
yes.
Now, counsel asked you some questions about delirium, and I think that your question was what you saw was mostly psychosis. Do you have an opinion, doctor, as to what you observed and to Mr. Holmes? Was what you were seeing psychosis, or was it delirium?
What I was seeing was psychosis at that time.
And you saw him on the first time. You didn't see anything that made you think this patient is delirious, did you?
No, I did not.
Is it true that some folks may have a metabolic disturbance from not eating or drinking for a day or two, but in a normal, healthy young man, for example, that is unlikely to result in a delirium, fair to say?
Fair to say, yes.
Given, without some other chronic medical condition or something.
Correct.
Now, you didn't see him, you were asked about whether the amount of time that you saw him, and you said that the question was, were the things you observed consistent with other medical conditions? And you said they could be, is that right?
Right, many of the symptoms could be part of another medical disorder.
Now, your job as a doctor is to determine what the symptoms do show, is that right?
Correct.
In your opinion, were the symptoms that you observed the result of another medical condition? Or were the symptoms that you observed the result of an altered mental state due to some psychosis, some psychiatric condition?
My best clinical impression was that it was due to psychosis. I did recommend workup for further medical conditions to rule those out, but my clinical impression was psychosis, yes.
So, and you wanted to follow up all the different possibilities, fair to
Correct.
say? And in that light, you also recommended that Mr. Holmes receive an MRI if he
Correct.
hadn't received one, is that right?
Correct.
Why did you recommend an MRI?
Anytime someone has a new onset psychotic behavior, especially if the symptoms are somewhat bizarre or out of the ordinary in what you would normally see with psychosis, it's good to get an MRI and make sure there's not any underlying pathology or other causes of psychosis that can be seen.
Thank you, doctor. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
All right, is there any recross, Ms. Pearson?
You took down some of the statements that the defendant said to you now, and Mr. King was talking with you about those. Would you agree that a person who's charged with 12 counts of murder and 70 counts of attempted murder, that a statement, "I took the blood that wasn't mine to take," is not nonsensical in light of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled?
In the context of how he was behaving, I didn't put much weight in his statements because they did seem vague and not necessarily consistent with or relevant to the conversation. So when someone presents as that psychotic, I tend to take what they say with a grain of salt.
But even taking it with a grain of salt, if you're asking somebody why they're in jail and they're in jail for multiple counts of murder and attempted murder, that statement in that context has some consistency to it, doesn't it?
Yes, and the weight you give it depends on how much you believe when someone is psychotic, they say things that make sense and correlate with reality. There's different opinions about that.
And saying that it's unfair and that I was selfish, again, in that context, is not necessarily nonsensical. That's also consistent with having done that, correct?
It's a possibility. Correct.
Thank you.
Doctor, the jury appears to have some questions, so please give us a moment. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Dr. Davis, the jury has submitted some questions that, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have determined are appropriate. The first question is, can you explain the difference between psychosis and delirium?
So psychosis is a condition that includes symptoms like disorganization, hallucinations, delusions, catatonia, and then other negative symptoms like withdrawal, isolation, lack of motivation. So psychosis is a descriptor. People who are delirious can have psychotic symptoms as part of the delirium, but the psychotic symptoms found in delirium are often different than the psychotic symptoms found in what we would call a primary psychotic disorder. So a primary psychotic disorder would be something like schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder or schizophreniform disorder, a mental illness not necessarily caused by a medical condition. So in delirium, when people have psychotic symptoms, it tends to be things like visual hallucinations, or they may have fears or delusions that someone is chasing after them. And in delirium, the psychotic symptoms tend to be accompanied by varied levels of awareness or a decreased level of awareness.
Okay, the next question is, you mentioned that lorazepam was prescribed for Mr. Holmes's catatonia. Doesn't lorazepam result in less responsiveness or even possibly catatonia?
That's an excellent question. Actually, lorazepam has a very interesting effect in catatonia. It has what we would call a paradoxical reaction, or other than opposite to what's expected. So in catatonia, it's thought that perhaps this represents extreme excitation to the point that a person can't respond or make any purposeful or senseful actions, and that lorazepam actually calms that down, and therefore what we see is people become more responsive after receiving lorazepam and more organized, which you're right, is opposite of what you would see in someone without catatonia.
The next question is as follows. You mentioned echolalia that was clinically significant. Isn't echolalia repeating the question of the asker rather than just saying the same thing over and over?
That's a good point. So it would mean he would have needed to hear the word somewhere and then repeat it. If he didn't actually hear the word, the more appropriate term would probably be perseveration.
And the final question is, could irregular heartbeat be caused by a lack of potassium?
An irregular heartbeat could be caused by lack of potassium, yes. In his instance, he had tachycardia, which isn't an irregular heartbeat, but rather a fast heartbeat.
All right, are there any follow-up questions based on those questions and answers? Mr. King?
Yes, Judge. Just with regard to the first question, ma'am, if someone were experiencing a delirium, well, first of all, is your opinion that Mr. Holmes was experiencing a delirium or not?
Well, what I can say is during the period that I saw him, I didn't see symptoms of delirium.
Okay. If someone is experiencing a delirium, which hypothetically, let's say, resulted in them displaying some symptoms which may seem psychotic in nature, which you said is possible, is that
Yes.
right? If that were the case and that person were treated for their metabolic disturbance, if they were given fluids, if they were given potassium, whatever they needed to correct the metabolic imbalance, would that delirium clear up quickly, and would the symptoms subside quickly?
Yes, it should in a young, healthy person, assuming you're treating all the underlying problems.
And how quickly would you expect those to clear up? Difficult question, I guess, but ballpark.
In a healthy person,
Yes, ma'am.
within a day.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions from you, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may Dr. Davis be released from her subpoena, Mr. King?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Ms. Pearson?
Your Honor.
All right, call your next witness, please.
Defense would call Dr. Philippe Weintraub.
Good morning, can I have you raise your right hand for me, please, so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of law, that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, please be seated. Could you hand me that exhibit, please? I'll get it out of you.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Good morning, doctor. How are you?
Fine.
Could you tell us your full name, please, and spell your first, middle, and last names?
My full name is Philippe Weintraub. First name Philippe, Philipppe. Last name Weintraub, Weintraub.
Mr. King, you may proceed.
Good morning, doctor. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Thanks for coming to speak with us this morning. Doctor, how are you employed?
Although I spend most of my time working at Denver Health, it's on a contract from the University of Colorado Department of Psychiatry, where I'm employed.
And are you a psychiatrist, sir?
Yes, I am.
Can you please run through your educational experience real quickly for us?
Okay. I received my undergraduate training at Harvard, went to the University of Virginia Medical School, and received my training in general and child psychiatry at the University of Colorado. And recently, well, in 2008, was board certified in psychosomatic medicine or consultation liaison psychiatry, which is the type of psychiatry in which I was employed when I was involved in this case.
How long have you been a practicing psychiatrist, sir?
Well, if we go back to my residency, I'd say 35 years.
And I would imagine during that course of time, you've seen a lot of people with psychiatric illness, fair to say?
Yes.
And how long have you worked, or let's focus on the time period in November of 2012. How long had you worked at Denver Health Medical Center at that point in time?
On that, and it was on that particular service, I had worked there for 8 years.
I'm marking this, what is D-TR-74. Now approach the witness with D-TR-74, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
I'm handing you D. You identify what that is for me, doctor.
That is my resume or curriculum vitae.
Does that contain additional information about your education, experience, and other information relevant to your expertise, sir?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move the admission of D-TR-74.
Is there any objection, Mr. Bruckler?
None, sir.
All right, without objection, it is admitted.
And
Mr.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd also ask to qualify Dr. Weintraub as an expert pursuant to Rule 702 in the area of psychiatry.
Any objection, Mr. Bruckler? All right, without objection and pursuant to Rule 702 of the Colorado Rules of Evidence and the decision in People versus Schreck, which is published at 22 Pacific 3rd, 68, Colorado, 2001, Dr. Weintraub is qualified as an expert witness in the field of psychiatry. And so, folks, that means that he now may render expert opinions in that field. I remind you that you are not bound by the testimony of a witness who testifies as an expert. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The way that you give the testimony is entirely your decision. Mr. King, is this a good time for me to give the limiting instruction?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Folks, I want to remind you that the court has admitted the testimony of this witness only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, in your 34 years of clinical experience as a psychiatrist, what types of psychiatric illnesses have you treated, sir?
Well, originally I was trained as a general psychiatrist, so I saw the wide range of illnesses you would see in adults, which would include psychotic illnesses like schizophrenia, mood disorders like depression and bipolar disorder, for example.
How many psychotic individuals do you think you've seen or treated over those years? I realize that's a tough question, but
I mean, I would have to say at least in the hundreds. I'm probably crossed 1,000, but
is identifying the features and the symptoms of psychosis something that you develop a clinical, as your experience increases, does your clinical ability to make those interpretations increase?
yes.
During the period of time in November of 2012, I think you said you were working at Denver Health Medical Center at that point. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you in your past ever work at the Colorado Health Mental Institute at Pueblo for a period of time?
I did.
How long was that?
At the conclusion of my residency, I worked from July of '84 through June of '85 on the forensic unit at that hospital.
What's the forensic unit? I think probably everyone can
Yeah,
tell.
to elaborate, there are patients, the patients on the forensic unit are individuals who have been found not guilty by reason of insanity. And in those days, they had other statutes for less severe forms of mental impairment that were like not guilty by reason of insanity. So these are people who have already been in court and now were being treated in the hospital on the forensic unit until they were deemed to be sufficiently safe to release to the community. But also as part of that job, I did do competency and insanity evaluations.
So you actually did the kind of about full-blown sanity evaluations that other doctors, perhaps in this case, are testifying to.
I did, yes.
And was that a significant clinical experience for you going through that period at the hospital in Pueblo?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
When you were at the Denver Health Medical Center, are you part, or were you in November of 2012? We should probably just focus on that period. Were you part of was your role a liaison type role from the psychiatric team there?
Right, so I worked on the consult team or consult liaison team, and that's related to my most recent specialty that I've gotten. Basically, consulting psychiatrists consult to other physicians who are requiring some assistance with a psychiatric problem, whether it's in surgery, pediatrics, medicine, and in this particular case, the correctional care medical facility.
So if a doctor thought someone was having a heart problem, might they refer someone to a cardiologist in the same way as they would refer to you if there was a psychiatric problem?
Correct, yes. All specialties have consultants who are available to provide their expertise if the primary physician feels that a case has gotten complicated in a particular area and they need extra help with it.
Now, the jury's just heard testimony from Dr. Rachel Davis. Are you and Dr. Davis part of a psychiatric team that works as a unit at Denver Health?
My major job is to work as a consultant during the daytime hours. Dr. Davis, I think in November of 2012, worked primarily in the psychiatry emergency room, but we're also a teaching hospital where we have residents, and I think we're connected in that way as well as supervisors, and we were both considered, members of the faculty who provided clinical care to psychiatric patients throughout the hospital.
I guess what I'm getting at is, would you agree with me that different psychiatrists saw Mr. Holmes at different times during the period of time he was during his stay at Denver Health?
Correct.
And were you all communicating with each other and working as a team with regard to his treatment at the time? I'm assuming that the notes went into a chart and there was a purpose for that. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to hand you what I've marked as D-TR-75, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
D-TR-75, is that your handwritten note from the chart for Mr. Holmes back in November of 2012, Doctor?
Well, most of it is the handwritten note from the resident that I was supervising that day.
Okay.
He and I saw Mr. Holmes together. The portion of the note that has my handwriting is the section on the bottom of the second page where it says attending only below this line. I'm an attending, and everything written there is my handwriting. I also initialed my residence documentation to indicate that I was, I had reviewed it and was in agreement with it.
So he's being the scribe, so to say, for both of you seeing the patient together. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I mean, we saw him together and both asked questions, but I was ultimately responsible for the decisions that were made.
Okay, and then that's why you initialed and signed off on his part of the report as well.
Correct.
Now, is that report or those notes kept in the normal course of the way you do things at Denver Health Medical Center when you see a patient?
That is correct.
And are those notes created contemporaneously or very close in time to when you do see the patient and make those actual observations?
They are. We actually, we have them timed, but yes, this note was written right after we met with Mr. Holmes.
And obviously, those notations are made by yourself, a psychiatrist, and by the resident who is also a psychiatrist. So they're made by someone who's in a position to know what they're talking about, who actually makes the observations. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And are they maintained in the Denver Health Medical Center's medical records section in order to be accurate so that they can be used for future purposes? If there was a future condition that arose or needed to be transmitted to some other facility or for whatever purpose, so that they could be an accurate record of what had taken place.
That's correct.
Now, you saw Mr. Holmes on one day, is that right?
That is correct.
What day was that? Do you recall?
It was,
If you need to look at your notes.
I can look at it. I do remember it was Monday, the 19th of November, 2012.
Now, was he admitted on the 15th?
That is correct.
So he'd then been there 4 days or at that point, is
Yes.
that right? Was this the first time you saw him?
It was the first time I saw him.
And just so the jury knows, was this towards the end of his stay at your hospital?
It was towards the end because he was discharged the next day.
And prior to seeing Mr. Holmes, did you review the chart or have discussions with any of the other psychiatrists to kind of bring you up to speed on what his condition had been and how it might have changed during his stay there?
I did, yes.
And did that chart, do you remember, include notes from the medical chart at the jail where he had been previously?
Yes.
When you saw him on the 19th, what was your understanding, sir, of why he was there, the history of his present condition?
I think what had happened in the jail was that he had developed what was suspected to be an acute psychosis, where he wasn't in touch with reality, he was acting not like himself, and that this psychosis was associated with a variety of behaviors that included not eating well, which culminated in his getting sufficiently ill physically that he had to be ultimately admitted to Denver Health.
Okay. What was the goal that you had when you saw him in treating Mr. Holmes?
Well, my first goal was to see whether or not he had improved with the treatments that had been prescribed to him over the previous few days. Also to, confirm that I agreed with the diagnoses that had been made. And then once I did perform those two tasks, come up with some plan for how to best, improve his condition further, before the next person saw him.
And did you, after having your spending the time that you did with Mr. Holmes, did you form an opinion as to whether you were in agreement with the diagnosis that had been attributed up to that point or not?
Yes, I did agree with the diagnosis that had been made by the previous psychiatrist.
And was that psychosis, NOS, or not otherwise specified?
That is correct.
Now, when you saw him on the morning of the 19th, was Mr. Holmes oriented as to like the year it was or the month it was? Did you do anything to test
Yeah,
that?
we did test his orientation, and he was, he did reasonably well. He wasn't, I wouldn't say he wasn't perfect, but as the notes say, he was oriented to person, place, month and the year. He was a little bit, he wasn't totally clear about where he had come from at first, but then it came to him. So that struck me as not being totally normal, that he would have to struggle with recalling where he had been before he had come to Denver Health.
And so recalling the jail being the place he'd been before?
Yeah.
And did, so he knew who he was and what the date was, though?
Yes.
And at that point, had he been on an antipsychotic medication since the 15th when he'd been admitted?
Yes, I mean, he had been on some type of antipsychotic. He had originally been placed on Haldol, and then it was switched to risperidone, or the brand name Risperdal.
What's the difference between Haldol and Risperdal in terms of their effect, I guess, or usage?
I think for the purposes of this discussion, not much. Risperidone is what we call a second-generation antipsychotic. It's the first of that generation, and it and its successors were created because it was felt that they would have a better side effect profile. But in terms of the actual effect on psychosis, both drugs work well. It's just now in the 21st century, we tend not to use Haldol as much, except in emergency situations because of its side effects.
Okay. When you spoke to Mr. Holmes, did you inquire as to whether or not he'd been hearing voices or not?
Yes, we did ask him about that.
And what did he tell you about that?
Well, I don't think at the moment we were actually talking to him, he was experiencing them, but he had experienced them previously, he had reported.
Okay. Did he report that had decreased, the frequency of those had decreased?
Yeah, he thought that the medication had been helpful in alleviating his symptoms.
Do you share in that?
Oh, absolutely. It was clear. I mean, I was quite struck by how much better he appeared to me than the way he was described in the previous notes. And then it turns out my resident had also seen him Friday, so he was able to actually directly compare two different sets of observations, and he was markedly struck by how much better he looked when we saw him together.
Okay. At the point that you saw him were you aware that when he was admitted, there might have been some metabolic disturbance and that he may have been not eating or drinking properly when he was admitted?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I mean, I think the working diagnosis when he first came in was that he had some type of what we call a delirium, which is also an alteration in your mental state that is due primarily to a medical condition. Yes.
And that was your understanding of what the doctors that saw him on the 15th had thought?
Correct.
And by the time you saw him 4 days later, had that metabolic disturbance been cleared up? Had he been given IV fluids and potassium and other things to correct the metabolic disturbance that might have given rise to a delirium?
Correct, yes. That had resolved.
And so did you see any evidence of a delirium at the time you saw him on the 19th?
I didn't see what was observed by the other physicians. He probably was still recuperating from the effects of it, but it sometimes takes a while to fully clear from a delirium. But what I primarily saw was the psychosis that day. That was more prominent. The delirium was clearly, if not totally resolved, just about completely resolved. I mean, his metabolic abnormalities had already improved because they had done repeat blood draws, and so we knew that the cause for the delirium had been eliminated, and he was now recovering from it.
So at the time you saw him, was it starting to look like psychosis was, if not the only problem, a major component of the problem?
Yeah, yes, I would say it was the predominant component of his presentation.
Now, after reading the entire chart, including the notes from the jail, do you have an opinion as to whether his symptoms of psychosis came on prior to his not eating or vice versa?
I think his symptoms of psychosis came on before he stopped eating.
Is that something that's fairly common among folks who do become psychotic, that they may become paranoid about their food or drink and stop eating or drinking?
Oh, sure, that does happen frequently. You know, when people have delusions about their food, or even if they're just distracted by their psychosis, it may be hard for them to focus on activities of daily living.
Okay. Did you ask him, or did he give you any information about shadows, or that he was hiding from shadows, or something
Right.
along those lines?
Yeah, that was one of the major issues we addressed with him. He had remained in restraints because he had put a blanket over his head when he told us he'd been seeing shadows that made him, frightened, possibly paranoid. So we spent time talking to him about that issue.
And you said that was why he was restrained at that
Mhm.
point in time?
Right.
And is there a video camera in that room that he was in, the forensic unit at?
Yeah, I
And-
believe it. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but we do have a video in all the rooms for the patients. Yes.
Did the fact that he was telling you that he had been hiding from shadows under his blanket suggests some psychotic process? Was that one of the things that you took into consideration?
Yes, I did.
Was his speech somewhat disorganized or not? What was your
Yeah.
opinion? Or
Yes. I mean, we generally understood what he was saying, but at times he had trouble kind of staying on track, and his speech was a little hard to follow. It's hard to understand his train of thought at times. Clearly it was much better than it had been several days earlier. We were actually able to have a conversation, but he wasn't as clear in his thinking as I would have liked to have seen, as evidenced by his speech pattern.
Overall, any indication or any thought at that point in time about his condition? Did you form an opinion as to whether he had improved enough to be released back to the care of the psychiatrist and psychologist at the jail, or what was your determination about his prognosis at that point?
I felt that he was sufficiently improved that if he could find a way to not put the blanket over his head and get out of restraints for about another day, there would be a good chance that we could then contemplate sending him back to the jail. So I could see an end point of returning to the jail reasonably soon after my assessment.
Nonetheless, did you still see, in your mind, clear evidence of a psychotic process
Oh,
going
yes.
on?
I still thought he was sufficiently psychotic that I didn't feel comfortable that day sending him back. I wanted to see additional improvement in his psychosis.
And you talked about your agreement with the general diagnosis of psychosis, NOS, or not otherwise specified. Am I right in understanding that, absent a lot more information about this patient, about his history, his prior psychiatric conditions or symptoms, and that's really the only, you're limited in the diagnosis that you can make at that point in time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And is that why you gave a general diagnosis of psychosis, NOS, as opposed to a specific diagnosis like schizophrenia or bipolar disorder or something like that?
Yes, that's true.
Did you have a differential in your mind, or was that just not part of your consideration at that point?
Sure. I mean, I was wondering, what type of psychotic illness could have caused him to be this way. So yes, I think you should always, a psychiatrist should always be thinking, what possible etiology or cause is there for the illness so that, you can, if you need to, make adjustments in treatment to properly take care of the condition. Although, as it turns out, the leading candidates for what might have been causing a psychosis were illnesses, all of which would have responded to Risperdal.
Right.
So the good news was, even if I didn't know what illness he was suffering from, I knew that the most likely candidates were those for which the medicine we were prescribing would be efficacious.
What were the most likely candidates in your mind, doctor?
Well, so it's remember, I'm only working on the assumption that this is a person who's had a psychotic episode in the jail, like a first onset.
And if you don't feel comfortable, I don't want to ask you for an opinion. You don't feel comfortable.
No, I think.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is not a scientific or medical opinion. If this is just speculation, and I'm going to object to relevance. Sorry, and lack of foundation.
Why don't you ask your question again,
Sure.
Mr. King?
Sure. Did you, at the time, back in November of 2012, have a differential diagnosis in your mind that you formed based upon your expertise and clinical experience as to what the possible diagnoses might be in that differential?
And is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor. To any just possibility, it's not an opinion.
Doctor, can you answer the question without speculating?
Okay.
And if you cannot, then tell us that you cannot. I'm not asking you to necessarily answer the question. What I'm inquiring about is whether you're able to answer the question without speculation. You're not allowed to speculate, but if you can answer the question and phrase it in a way that it avoids speculation on your part, then you can answer it that way. Does that make sense?
Right.
All right.
There's a whole host of things that could have caused him to become psychotic. I mean, starting with the episode in the jail, something could have happened that traumatized him in the jail that caused him to become psychotic. He could have had an acute psychotic episode from being in jail. Or the psychosis could have been a manifestation of an underlying psychiatric illness that either had not manifested itself yet or had in the past, but I just didn't know about that. So schizophrenia, bipolar disorder with psychotic features, schizoaffective disorder, which is kind of intermediate between schizophrenia and a mood disorder, depression with psychotic features. Those would be the most likely candidates.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness, Judge. I would move the admission of D-TR 75.
Do you have any objection to the admission of that exhibit, Mr. Brockler?
No, Judge.
All right, without objection, it is admitted. But members of the jury, I remind you that the limiting instruction that I gave you earlier applies to that exhibit as well as the CV for this witness that was admitted before that. All right, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Morning, Doctor. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
A couple things, not a ton, but certainly I want to sort of start in a place I hadn't expected based on that last answer. You said a traumatic event could cause some sort of psychotic episode. What do you mean by that?
Oh, if the person was really, had gone through some sort of upsetting experience and might be vulnerable to getting psychotic, they could have psychotic symptoms. But
What do you mean by upsetting experience, and how does that manifest itself in terms of some sort of psychotic episode?
well, sometimes people who have conditions like post-traumatic stress disorder can become psychotic. And hear voices and things like that. But that tends to be more rare than the other conditions.
So an event, some traumatic, horrific event could cause someone's mental status to change?
Could, yes.
Or could it make it actually worse?
Well, it could exacerbate something that was already there, yeah.
Interesting. Could someone who, let's say, tried to murder a theater full of people, could that kind of an event, coming to grips with what they've done, could that have an impact on someone's mental health?
It's hard to say. I'm not sure about that.
Seems like a pretty traumatic event, right? You agree?
Your Honor.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir. Seems like a pretty traumatic event. Yes?
Yeah, it's hard to know without not having spoken to the defendant about that. I don't know what his state of mind was then about then.
And again, forgive me, I'm not asking you about that. What I'm asking you about is when you say a traumatic event could cause someone to have a psychotic episode at the jail. You said that, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? And I'm sorry, all the
Yes.
words have to get typed down by this.
Right, yes.
Certainly, a definition of a traumatic event might be the actual execution of an attempted murder of up to 400 people.
Objection to the phrase, the form of the question is argumentative.
Overruled.
Go ahead, doctor. That could definitely be a traumatic event.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of it so much in those terms. I see where you're going with that. I don't know if that would be true or not in that case.
You don't know.
No.
Now, you talked about, first off, you saw this guy for as little as 15 minutes. Is that fair?
I don't remember the precise number of minutes. I mean, I think it would have been a little longer than that, but that
You remember giving I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
it could have been 15, 20,
Okay.
25. I don't know precisely how many.
Somewhere between 15 and 25 minutes feels about right.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
I think so, yeah.
And that is the only time in your life that you have seen this guy. Is that fair?
That's true.
So you don't know what he was like before other than through what people have said or wrote down, correct?
That's correct.
And when you looked at the jail records that Mr. King referred you to, you looked at the jail records going back the 4 months before you saw him, going back to when he was first admitted to the Arapahoe County Detention Center?
I reviewed the records around the time that he started getting psychotic.
So you reviewed the records going back 4 or 5 days, perhaps?
Yes.
So you don't know what he was like in the months leading up to this event?
Correct. I reviewed the records that we had at Denver Health.
I appreciate that. Thank you. One of the other things, did you check to see whether or not he had been medicated in the 4 months prior to him coming to Denver Mental Health?
I think we asked him that. He said he had not been medicated.
He was able to tell you that he had
That's
been?
again, it's a vague recollection, but I remember being under the impression that he had not been on medication before.
And you have no idea why that is, right?
I'm not 100% sure about that. I know that I did call the jail to get some information, and they had said that he had not been seeing mental health professionals.
That's your understanding?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. Something you said, too, I don't know the answer to this. You said Haldol is used only in emergencies because it has some side effects. What are the side effects?
Well, I mean, we can use it in normal circumstances as well, but it causes what we call extrapyramidal side effects, where you can get a lot of stiffness. And in younger males, that's more common.
Okay. Stiffness in like muscles or something? Body? Yeah.
And it's more likely long-term to cause something called tardive dyskinesia, where you have abnormal movements.
Sorry. Oh, here it is. Couple things. You also recalled that there was neuroimaging done, fair?
Yes.
And that it was normal.
Correct.
And that you're not sure, but he may have had some kind of a bruise on his forehead. Is that true? You remember?
Yeah, I think from reviewing the records, yes.
But you don't remember seeing a bruise on his forehead?
I don't recall at the moment seeing a bruise. I'd have to check my notes, but
Bless you. Hey, some of the other things that might impact someone's cognitive state of their mental health, and you indicated that in a previous conversation, was stress. Fair? Is that true?
Sure, yeah.
And something else, as you know from your experience, that might cause someone's, whatever their mental health is, to deteriorate is isolation.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Correct.
And I'm sorry to keep following up. Every time you say, I just want to make sure.
Oh, I'm
this
sorry,
nice lady-
yes.
I'm
yes.
sorry.
My apologies.
I don't mean to keep going back.
No, that's fine.
So, stress, isolation. How about you would agree with me that the stress of facing potentially hundreds of counts of murder and attempted murder, stressful, fair?
True, yes.
Also, potentially facing the death penalty, stressful, true? Also, all the court matters associated with that process, very stressful, fair?
That's true, yes.
And you don't know what court matters were happening right before or going to be set to come up right after this event where he stopped eating and drinking? You don't know that?
I did not.
But one of the things he was able to say to you that you recall is when you began talking with him, you and Dr. Moroz, was he was concerned about how what he would say might impact his legal proceedings. Do you remember that?
Yes. I'm not sure if he phrased it quite that way. I think he wanted to know what this was going to be used for.
That was your impression, is he had concerns about how his statements would be used in court. Fair?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Well, he didn't use the word court. I think he just wanted to know why are we asking these questions? How is the information going to be used? It was that general. I don't know what he was thinking behind that,
I understand.
but I infer that it could relate to that.
Yeah. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, do you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the jury appears to have at least one question, Doctor, so give us a moment, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Counsel, please approach. Doctor, the jury has submitted a question that based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law I have determined is appropriate. The question is normally, how quickly do Haldol and Risperdal take effect on a patient to relieve symptoms?
That's a good question. It's hard to give a simple answer. I think if someone is acutely agitated in the context of psychosis, the medicines can work within a few hours to calm the person down. But in terms of the long-term beneficial effects on psychosis, it can take, days and up to weeks to see the full effects of the medication. Someone may develop significant improvement the way Mr. Holmes did by the time I saw him, to the point that they can return to the jail. But one would expect to continue to see improvement from that dose even after that point in time.
Any follow-up questions, Mr. King?
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions, Mr. Brockler?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, sir. All right, thank you, sir.
Leave this here.
Leave that there. Thank you. Mr. King, call your next witness, please.
The defense would call Detective David Tyling.
Good afternoon. Could I solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please be seated.
Thank you.
Could you hand me that exhibit there, please? Or
Yes.
those two exhibits? Thank you. Sir, could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
David J. Thaling, David, D-A-V-I-D. The last name is Thaling, T-H-A-I-L-I-N-G.
Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with the City of Aurora Police Department.
And what's your title there?
Presently, I'm a detective there.
And how long have you been employed for the Aurora PD?
20 years.
And did you become involved in some manner with the shooting at the theater that took place on July 20th, 2012, in the early morning hours, sir?
Yes, I did.
And suffice it to say that for all of you at the Aurora Police Department, that sounds like it was kind of an all-hands-on-deck situation at that point. Is that fair to say? Everyone was doing what they could to help, fair to say?
Yes.
And did you, as in the course of doing that, respond to the headquarters at about 2:40 a.m. and meet with Detective Apple, who were there with a suspect named James Holmes?
Yes.
Where was Mr. Holmes located at that time, sir?
He was located, we have two interview rooms on the third floor, and he was in one of the two rooms.
Okay. And were you asked by Detective Apple to keep an eye on Mr. Holmes in that room and to specifically videotape what was going on in that room as he waited in that interview room?
I did meet with Detective Apple, and there was two other uniformed officers there that were providing assistance with that. So I spoke with Detective Apple about, how I can assist.
Okay. And those other officers were they Officer Revale and Irons?
Yes.
And did you insert a DVD into your recorder there and actually record Mr. Holmes during that period of time in that interview room?
The interview, no. I came after the interview with Mr. Holmes.
Right, and I'm talking about when he was in the holding cell after the interview with Mr. Holmes, just sitting and being watched by these other police officers.
In the interview room? Yes, I did.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes. I believe that's right.
I'm going to show this to counsel. Sir, I'm handing what I 76. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Does that DB, have you had a chance to review that, sir?
Yes, I have.
And did you initial and date it upon your review?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate representation or copy of the DVD that you recorded of Mr. Holmes in that interview room following the interview that was conducted by the detectives?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I'd move for the admission of D-TR-76.
Mr. Edson, is there any objection?
There is not.
Without objection, D-TR-76 is admitted and may be published.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of this witness. This interview is some 4 hours in length, or this videotape is some 4 hours in length, so I'm not asking to publish it right at this moment, but
Okay.
at a future time.
All right, and would this be a good time for me to give the instruction, or you want to wait?
We can wait upon publishing if you
Okay.
would like, Your Honor.
That's fine. All right, do you have any cross-examination, Mr. Edson?
No, I don't at this time, Judge.
All right. And the jury does not have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. King?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Any objection?
We may have him under subpoena. We'd keep him just in case.
All right. Sir, you're free to go for now, but you may be called back again, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Can I approach very briefly on scheduling?
Yes. Mr. King, you may call your next witness, please.
The defense would call Officer Revale.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I will. All right, please be seated. Tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names, please.
Officer Gary Reveille, and it's R-I-V as in Victor, A-L-E.
All right. Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer.
Morning.
Trying to get you out of here before the noon hour. And
Okay.
I've been mispronouncing your name. Your name is pronounced Reveille.
Reveille,
I
like the morning.
apologize for that. How are you employed, sir?
I am a police officer through the city of Aurora,
And how long have you been thusly employed?
with Aurora for 11 years.
Were you involved in some fashion with, or had contact with a suspect named Mr. James Holmes in the early morning hours of July 20th, 2012, sir?
Yes, I was.
And was that at the headquarters building of the Aurora Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And when you responded there, approximately what time was it that you responded there and encountered Mr. Holmes there?
At the headquarters, or?
Yes, sir, at the headquarters.
Well, I don't know exactly the time.
That's fine. Was it in the early morning hours?
Early morning hours. I got dispatched or I self-dispatched at 12:39 in the morning, so it was after that.
And when you were there, were you assigned to be one of two officers to basically keep an eye on Mr. Holmes as he sat in that interview room following the interview done by Detectives Apple and Detective Mel?
Yes.
While you were watching him during that period of time, first of all, how long approximately do you think you were watching him?
Over an hour.
Okay. Did you keep your attention on Mr. Holmes at all time during that period of time?
Yes, I did.
And did he have any conversation with you or you with him or any other officers?
No conversations at all.
Okay.
The only thing the conversation that I had with him, I asked who he was and where he lived.
And he was able to tell you that, is that right?
That's correct.
His name and his address?
Yes.
And as far as you know, those were accurate, the information he gave you was accurate, is that right?
He gave it to me like he was telling me the truth, yes.
Matter of fact. During the period of time that you were there, did you notice that at times Mr. Holmes would stare at the walls and open his eyes up really wide such that his eyebrows would go up like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And after, at some point, did Detective Tailing put paper bags on Mr. Holmes' hands?
Yes.
Is that pursuant to police protocol to preserve any evidence that
Yes,
might
sir,
be
for
on there?
gunshot residue.
And after the hands were bagged, what did Mr. Holmes do with the bags? Anything peculiar that he did?
Well, he was moving his hands back and forth like talking puppets, kind of
Okay.
moving his hands back and forth.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
I think I've been mispronouncing it too. It's Reveille like at boot camp,
Like
the
in-
trumpet waking
in the
everybody
morning.
up.
Yes, sir.
Mr. King asked you about responding to the station, and what happened was you first self-dispatched to the theater at around 12:39 a.m. and then eventually followed Sheldon Irons, Officer Sheldon Irons, as he transported the defendant from the scene of the theater to the police station.
Yes.
You got to the police station, and is this where you got from the defendant his identifying information?
Yes.
Tell us where that was, where he gave you that
It's
information.
in an upstairs interview room. It's on the 3rd floor at our headquarters. It's next to our victim services. There's some interview rooms that they do the interviews in.
And you asked him, what did you ask him? Do you remember?
Who he was, name, date of birth, and address.
And he told you his name was James Holmes?
James Holmes,
Give you his middle name?
James Egan Holmes.
And he give you the correct date of birth?
He gave me a 12/13 of 87.
And then did he give you a address, 1690 Paris Street, number 10?
Yes,
Even give you the zip code?
zip code.
So it's not like you asked him, what's your address? And he said Mars or something like that.
Exactly. He gave me the correct address.
An address and name that sort of indicated a connection to reality.
Yes.
To the speculation and lack of foundation.
Sustain us to lack of foundation.
Now, you talked about at some point that he would stare at the walls and open his eyelids wide open and his eyebrows would lift up, correct?
That's correct.
And how much of experience do you have with people who have just committed a crime involving shooting a theater full of people?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled?
Has that ever happened to you before?
Not on a a theater shooting, no.
So do you know what sort of the normal reaction or normal response would be associated with a person who's done something like that, even maybe when they've been dreaming about it for years, wanting to do that?
Objection to the compound question, lack of foundation.
Sustain us to lack of foundation.
All right, have you ever experienced a person who had been wanting to kill a lot of people for a long time, actually gone ahead and done it in a fashion like what happened at the theater, and seen what they were like afterwards?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Have you ever seen that before?
Like somebody that just committed a crime with their adrenaline being really high?
Yeah.
Yes.
How about a crime like this?
But not a massive scene like this. It's my first one in 20 years or 18 years at that time.
Fair to say a person committing a crime like this, if they had all that adrenaline going afterwards, that they might act a little unusual,
Yes.
like what you saw in the interview room.
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Now, you talked about the bagging of the hands as being a standard police procedure to protect the potential for gunshot residue evidence, correct?
That's correct.
And you talked about that when this was done, the defendant sort of played like puppets with the bags, correct?
Yes.
And you said they were like puppets talking to each other. Did the defendant give them any voices or anything like that?
No.
And I want you to think about that, and I want you to think about the puppets. Could it also be that instead of really being puppets, it was more of living out a drum beat in someone's head?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, given what he was asked on direct, I'm going to allow it. He's just asking if that was possible. I take that to be a follow-up to the question on direct examination, so.
Do you remember the question?
No.
Okay, let me give you a prefatory question. You ever seen like someone like pretending to play the drums, da-da-da, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Maybe even along with a beat to a song they know?
Yes.
And I want you to think about the movements, just go back to the movements you saw with the defendant's hands in the bags, and think, you said it looked like puppets, but it could also have been, did it look like to you that it might have been sort of a drum thing where you're living out a beat in your head and using the puppets as a sound to do that?
And officer, you can't speculate, but you can testify based on your observations of what it looked like, just the same way you did in direct examination.
Okay.
Same objection.
Same ruling.
Okay, yes, like they were going back and forth to a beat.
Okay, it could have been that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, is there any redirect?
One question, please. Sir, you wrote a report as a result of your interaction with Mr. Holmes. Is that correct?
That's correct. I put my copy right there next to the water.
And what you wrote in that report about what Mr. Holmes did with his hands is that after we bagged his hands, Mr. Holmes would move his hands in a talking puppet motion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No other questions.
Is there any recross?
Just one question, Your Honor. When you wrote that, did you know that the defendant had listened to techno music as he had committed the crime?
Objection, relevance, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Did
It's
you know that?
relevant, and he's not asking him to speculate, he's asking him if he knows.
Did you know that?
No.
Thank you, nothing further.
All right, the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. King?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Orman?
Your Honor, thank you.
All right, officer, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, it's 5 after 12. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Please make sure that you abide by all my admonitions during the break, and I'll see you back here at 1:35. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank
On
you.
behalf of the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:35. Thank you. Seated. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. At one of the bench conferences that we had earlier today, Mr. King asked me to give the jury an instruction based on the fact that it appears that some of the questions submitted by the jurors reflect that at least a couple of them appear to have some medical background. And I went back and looked at Kendrick versus Pippin, Kendrick, and Pippin is spelled Pippin, 252 Pacific 3rd, 1052, a Colorado Supreme Court case from 2011, which was abrogated on other grounds in Bedard versus Johnson, that's Bedor, 292 Pacific 3rd, 924, Colorado Supreme Court case from 2013. And I have taken a crack at drafting an instruction, and I'll give a copy of the proposed instruction to each side here in a minute, but it would read as follows. Jurors are allowed to use their background, including their professional and educational experiences, to inform their deliberations, so long as they do not bring in specific factual information learned from an outside source. The line between a juror's application of her professional and educational experience to the evidence presented in the trial and a juror's introduction of specific factual information learned from an outside source can be a fine one. Any experience used by a juror in deliberations must be a part of the juror's background gained before the juror was selected to participate in the trial and not as a result of an independent investigation conducted after being selected as a juror. Additionally, a juror may not introduce specific facts from an outside source that are not part of the evidence in the trial. So I'll have my staff give each of you a copy. Can you please, Ms. Robinson? And then take a look at it and let me know if you want me to make any changes to it or provide a different instruction. I'm not crazy about the first line in the second paragraph. I put it in there just so that you could take a look at it. Frankly, the first paragraph might be sufficient, but it is a fine line between, on the one hand, being able to use your background, including your professional and educational experiences, and on the other, not being able to bring in specific factual information from outside the record. But it's the best I can do. That's what Kendrick held. That's what Kendrick talked about. And I'm uncomfortable deviating too much from the language that the case used. And I think it drives the point. I think in that case, I think it was the juror was an engineer, and I think he relied on some formula that he was familiar with. And the court found that that was okay because he was simply relying on his professional experience and not bringing in any specific facts from an outside source. But take a look at it and then let me know how you want me to proceed, all right? Are you ready for the jury, Mr. King?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Are the people ready for the jury? We are, Your Honor. Let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. I hope you had a good lunch, everyone. By the way, it is cool in here, and that must make some of you happy. At least a couple of you, I know, are happy as a result of that. It might not make some of you as happy, and I mentioned this to somebody last week. I can't make everybody happy, and you know, the way that the system works, because it's a pretty old building, is that they tend to keep the courtrooms cooler in the morning with the anticipation that with the heat, it's gonna get warmer throughout the day. So usually, if you've noticed, by the time we get to 3 or 4, it's warmer than it is at 8:30 in the morning. And that's why. If we make it warmer in the morning, then it's gonna be uncomfortable in the afternoon. So this is sort of the best we can do with what we have. And so those of you who are too cold, you may plan on dressing for winter when you're here. All right, let me ask Mr. King or his colleagues to call their next witness at this time, please.
Your Honor, the defense calls Dr. Holland.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
John Craig Holland, John Craig Holland.
Ms. Hayes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a physician,
Where?
Denver Health.
Tell the jury, please, a little bit about your education to become a physician, when that occurred, where that occurred, that type of thing,
Okay.
please.
I grew up in Colorado, did my undergraduate work in Boulder. I went to medical school here in Denver, graduated in 1975. I did a residency in internal medicine at George Washington University Hospital in Washington, D.C.
Let me ask you a question. What is internal medicine?
Internal medicine is a specialty that deals with diseases of adults. It includes a lot of different areas: cardiology, pulmonary, endocrinology, infectious disease, all the basic organ systems that deal with adult health.
Let me interject for just a moment. Doctor, I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit.
Okay.
My court reporter needs to take down every word. And,
Okay.
So if you would just slow down a little bit, please, okay? All right.
You want me to repeat anything?
Do you need him to repeat the last answer? No? Okay, great. All right. Next question, please.
Sir, I have a tendency to speak fast myself, so I'll try to remind you if you get going again. When you say you did your residency in internal medicine, what year again did you say you did that?
1975 to 78.
Did you practice internal medicine?
Well, when I finished that, I did a fellowship in endocrinology at Walter Reed Army Medical Center. And then I was an Army physician for 24 years active duty, plus 5 years as a civilian. And I practiced internal medicine and endocrinology and geriatrics for about 19 years.
Okay. At some point, did you go back and do another residency?
Yes,
And what was that in?
psychiatry,
When did you do that?
1994 to 1997.
When you say you went back to do a residency in psychiatry, kind of explain to the jury what that entails and why you did that.
Well, I was always interested in psychiatry, and I'd gotten a lot of satisfaction out of doing internal medicine, geriatrics, and endocrinology, but I wanted to try something different. And so instead of, when you're a staff physician, you basically practice independently. You don't need any supervision. To get expertise in a different area, you have to go back for a period of time and retrain in a different area, and this is what I did in psychiatry, and that took 3 years.
So you didn't have to go back to medical school because you already had your medical degree, is that fair?
Correct.
Now, you do need a medical degree, though, to practice psychiatry, is that right?
Either an MD or a DO.
Okay. And you already had your MD, but you had to go back and do a residency.
Right.
Where did you do that?
Tripler Army Medical Center in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Okay. And since then, what has been the focus of your practice?
So since 1997, I've done strictly consultation psychiatry. I've done a little bit of outpatient psychiatry. Mostly, I see people that are hospitalized on a surgical floor, a medical floor, intensive care, OB, who have some kind of problem that their attending physician thinks has to do with the way that their brain works. And so I will go there as a consultant and see that person and make an assessment, a diagnosis, recommendations, and follow the patient as appropriate with the primary team. And that's what I still do at Denver Health.
Now, it sounds to me like you are in a unique situation in that you bring a number of years of practicing sort of internal medicine, endocrinology to your psychiatric practice. Do you think that's unique, and do you think that helps you in your practice?
There are some people that have these skills, not a lot, but it does help me, especially when I'm seeing people that are hospitalized. I can understand a little bit about what some of the medical conditions are, the surgical conditions, and understand that interface between so-called physical illness and mental illness.
Is it, does it happen sometimes that mental illness and physical illness may overlap a little bit?
Where I work all the time.
Okay. Have you also done teaching in internal medicine or sort of your non-psychiatric medicine experience? Do you teach from that experience?
Yes, I was on the faculty at the University of Hawaii, John A. Burns School of Medicine.
For how long?
28 years.
What about in psychiatry? Do you also teach in that area?
I'm currently on the faculty at the University of Colorado here.
How long have you taught psychiatry or in psychiatry?
Since about 2010.
Okay. You said that you currently work at Denver Health. How long again have you worked there?
I started in the summer of 2009, and the consultation work that I do started in March of 2011.
So you've been working there doing that consultation work from 2011 to current day?
Right.
All right. Your Honor, if I may approach with defense D-TR-77, please?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you what's been marked as D-TR-77. Is that a current, is that at least a fairly recent copy of your CV?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's dated November of 2014, so it's fairly recent.
Yes.
And does that CV detail your training, your experience, your teaching experience, both in internal medicine, endocrinology, as well as in psychiatry?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for admission of D-TR-77 at this time.
Is there any objection, Mr. Orman?
No, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, it is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, is there anything in particular about your experience that I haven't touched on that you think is particularly relevant, something I missed?
No, I think you've covered it. I was lucky. I had a lot of opportunities, both in the Army and here. I've seen a lot of different kinds of things, and I'm grateful for the training that I've had.
Excellent, thank you. Your Honor, I'd also actually now move to qualify Dr. Holland pursuant to Colorado Rules of Evidence 702, as well as People versus Schreck, as an expert in both psychiatry as well as internal medicine.
Is there any objection?
Not to those two specific areas, Your Honor.
All right. Without objection and pursuant to Rule 702 of the Colorado Rules of Evidence and the decision in People versus Schreck, which is published at 22 Pacific 3rd, 68, Colorado, 2001, the court accepts Dr. Holland as an expert witness in the fields of psychiatry and internal medicine. That means, folks, that he now may render expert opinions in those two areas. I remind you that you are not bound by the testimony of an expert witness. and the credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it or none of it. The weight that you give the testimony is entirely your decision. Ms. Higgs and Mr. Orman, is this a good time for me to give the limiting instruction?
Yes, sir.
All right. Members of the jury, the court has admitted the testimony of Dr. Holland only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Based on what we've already talked about, I'm assuming you're working at Denver Health Medical Center in November of 2012.
Yes,
And did you have opportunity to treat a patient by the name of James Holmes?
yes,
Now, Dr. Holland, when he came to Denver Health, did Denver Health choose to give him sort of a different name?
yes.
Okay. And what was the name, do you recall, that Denver Health chose to give him?
Brady, Arkansas.
And do you recall why they did that?
Nobody talked to me specifically about that. I just assumed it was a very high visibility case with a lot of legal ramifications, and they wanted to keep confidentiality as much as possible.
Okay. So if the jurors look at any of the records from Denver Health and it indicates Brady, Arkansas, is that the person that you know to be James Holmes?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, if I may now approach with D-TR-78, please.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm sometimes getting confused with the numbers. So, Doctor, before we talk too much about that, I want to ask you some sort of preliminary questions. With regard to your work at Denver Health, is it your practice and sort of the practice of Denver Health to document your work in progress notes?
Yes.
Is part of the reason for that because, like you said, you're working on a consultation team and other people need to rely on the work you're doing?
Yes.
And do you need to rely on notes that other people make?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw, who is Dr. Ryan Morose?
Dr. Ryan Morose was a second-year resident that worked with me, and that's the resident. It's a teaching hospital, so I'd say 99.9% of all patients that I see in conjunction with a resident in training. They act as a scribe. We see the patients together. Our supervision is very tight, and I'm in the room with him every second, and I supervise everything that he writes.
Do you review the notes that he takes down?
Yes.
And do you indicate that by initialing the notes?
Yes.
Okay. If you would look at D-TR-78, does that appear to be a copy of the progress notes you made with regard to your treatment of Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
And, excuse me, do you see your initials at various places in that document?
Yes.
As well as some of your own notes that you wrote, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Does it appear to be an accurate copy of the notes that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would move now for admission of D-TR-78, please.
Mr. Orman, do you have any objection?
Subject to the limiting instruction, Your Honor.
All right. Without objection, D-TR-78 is admitted. But members of the jury, I instruct you that this exhibit is being admitted for the limited purpose that I indicated a moment ago. Does everybody understand that? And everybody's saying yes and nodding their head yes. Great. All right, Ms. Higgs, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, if I may approach again, Your Honor, with
Yes.
D-TR-79.
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you what's been marked as D-TR-79, and it is a blank calendar from November of 2012. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times did you see Mr. Holmes during that week-long period that he was at Denver Health in November of 2012?
I saw him twice on Friday, the 16th of November, and once on Tuesday, the 20th of November.
Okay. And do you recall when he was admitted to the hospital?
Yeah, he was admitted the night before Thursday, the 15th of November, 2012.
So the night before you saw him
Right.
on the 16th?
The admission note was timed, I'd have to look at it to be absolutely sure, but it was around 8 o'clock at night, between 8, 9:30, something like that.
Okay. Do you recall what time you initially saw him on the 16th?
11:30,
And you said you saw him twice that day?
right.
What time was it you saw him the second time?
1400 hours, 2 p.m.
And do you recall what time you saw him on the 20th? Would looking at your notes help refresh your recollection?
Right.
Okay.
That would be at 08:20,
Okay. So 8:20 in the morning.
yes.
So what I'd like you to do, if you would, Dr. Holland, is there should be a pen up there at the witness stand. Or if you have a pen.
I've got one, yeah.
If you could write your name and today's date on that calendar and maybe the top left corner.
Today's date.
Yes. And if you could mark on there the date and time that times, plural, that you saw Mr. Holmes, please. And if you could also mark on there the date and time that you believe he was admitted. And the date and time, if you know it, that he was released. And was he released on the 20th of November?
He was released on the 20th. I was the last person on the team. We saw him. He was safe enough to be discharged from our facility.
Okay. So now with regard to that calendar, Your Honor, may I approach to take a look at it?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to show this to the prosecution and move for admission of D-TR-79.
All right, Mr. Orman, do you have any objection?
I don't.
All right, without objection, it is admitted.
Thank you. I'm going to just leave this up here. Doctor, I'm going to get into your notes with you in just a moment, but I want to give the jury just a little bit more understanding of this consultation team that you work on and have worked on at Denver Health. So can you just explain the dynamics of how you all work together?
Okay. So there's 3 attending psychiatrists, 1 attending psychologist. We have a schedule set up. We rotate days. Most of the time, there's just one of us on at any given time, occasionally 2. We start on weekdays, Monday through Friday at 7:30. We review all the cases that we have to see, who's active, try and prioritize the cases, divide up the cases, who's going to see who. We have a second-year resident in psychiatry and a last-year resident in psychology working on their PhD. We may have some medical students. We may have a couple of more residents sometimes. We may have a physician assistant trainee. So we kind of compose our team and sort of plan the way that we're going to organize our day in terms of how we go out and see patients. And then the other thing is that we have a single pager so that if any new consults come in or a question comes in, something like that, somebody in the hospital can call us to ask specific questions about the patients that they see. So and then we go up, we go see our patients, we write our notes. We may regroup once or twice, kind of have checkout rounds, maybe around 5 o'clock at night, and we come back the next day. On the weekends, there are pre-assigned physicians to cover those times that we're not there. Same with and the nights. Usually the nights are covered by, during the week, are covered by somebody that's in what's called the psychiatric emergency service. They have a full-time physician in the ER. It's a dedicated emergency room for psychiatric patients that's next to the medical emergency room.
Why is it that this is set up as a team versus one doctor just seeing the same patient every single day?
I think that it's sort of historical. The intensity of the patients that you see, the acuity is pretty high, and I think that we also feel like that there's added value to having added second opinions, in this case third or fourth opinions, so we don't get trapped into just like one person seeing the person all the time. So we get different opinions about how we're taking care of the folks that we see. So I think that that gives a better quality.
Do you think that it gives it, so you get to sort of rely on, instead of just your, 20 years of experience in psychiatry, you get to add to that the 30 plus years of experience of Dr. Weintraub, the 10 plus experience of Dr. Davis, and so forth. Is
Right.
that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay.
Sustained.
Now, with regard to your experience, tell me, have you seen a lot of patients that present with psychosis?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way, I know it's hard, any way to quantify that over the entire course of your career?
I'd say hundreds.
Okay. When you were working at Denver Health Medical Center, you just used the words intensity, acuity. Are the patients that you're seeing there in sort of through psychiatric emergency unit? I'm not sure if I'm getting any of these words correct, but do you see a lot of patients that are acute and with intense symptoms?
Yes, and again, the patients that we see, we see in the medical ER and on the medical floors. We don't see patients on the psychiatric floor or in the psychiatric emergency room.
Okay.
So we're kind of the arm for psychiatry to help all the other specialties of the hospital.
Okay. All right. Before you went to see Mr. Holmes the first time, which I believe you said was at 11:30 in the morning on November 16th, is that right?
Correct.
Did you first gather information before you went to evaluate him?
We didn't really have to. All the information was basically down in the correctional care medical facility, the jail notes, the admission consult. That's all the information that existed. There was no other information from any other source. So we went down there and we reviewed the jail notes and reviewed the admission note.
When you say we, do you recall who is we?
Well, my resident and I.
Okay, so Dr. Moroz?
Right.
Okay. So did you review the information from Dr. Davis from the day
Yes.
before? Okay. And what information did you have from the jail?
Well, in the jail, they have a printout, and there are dated and timed entries that are. Well, it depends. If the patient's very stable, they're not very frequent. There might just be one entry a day, and it says eating, sleeping, good hygiene, watching TV. So if nothing's really happening, the entries are fairly short. And so we had a couple of those kinds of entries prior to November 11th because they were on this printout sheet. And in about the middle of that sheet on November 11th, you could see that there was a big change. And over the next 4 days, there was just a series of self-destructive behavior, being naked, having unusual postures, saying unusual things, defecating in the room, smearing feces, not eating, not drinking, not communicating, being mute. And that went on from November 11th until the time that he was transferred to Denver Health.
How is that information significant to you?
Well, it's useful because it starts to give you're relying on that these are nurses and physicians in this other facility. They have experience, they observe these things, they record them, and the more precise their records are, some of the things are fairly simple. Not eating, not drinking, that's fairly objective. And then you take that sort of historical information and you match it up with objective data that you get once they're admitted, like say his medical examination, the results of his laboratory studies, those kinds of things. And it helps you look at subjective information, objective information, you come to an assessment, a diagnosis, and you can formulate a plan.
Okay. So let's move into your first visit with Mr. Holmes. And Your Honor, I've made copies of D-TR-78, the progress note, and I'd like to publish these to the jury so they can sort of follow along as we talk about it, because it's going to be way too tiny for this TV.
All right.
If I may?
Yes, give them to my staff, please. Ms. Gerlings and Ms. Robinson, and they can distribute them to the jury.
Thank you.
And members of the jury, this is the same procedure we've followed with other exhibits. So we're going to give each of you a copy of this particular exhibit, and then we'll retrieve it from you at the end of the testimony.
Now, Doctor, you just talked a little bit about the information that you had before you went in to see Mr. Holmes. Do you just take that, like what other doctors are saying, as the way it is, or do you go in to make your own assessment?
We try and reestablish. In other words, what you're asking is that primary data is data that I obtain myself. Secondary data is from somebody else. If I know the person, if their secondary data seems reasonable, but I still try and verify as much as I can. I try and reestablish their findings to see if it fits the diagnosis or what we think the working diagnosis is, especially early in the course of a new patient.
Okay. So, Doctor, if you're looking at the first page of the exhibit there that you have, is this the progress note that you made on November 16th, 2012 at 11:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you met with Mr. Holmes at that time, were you actually able to evaluate him or assess him at all?
Now, the salient part of this particular visit is that he was so sedated we couldn't even arouse him even by shaking his legs. So our intervention was to talk to the medicine attending, Dr. Frazier, to talk to the nurses and the sheriffs about what happened the night before. We made some changes based on some new data that we had, but the direct interview with the patient was really impossible. And when you go down further there, an objective, all those things like says speech, mood, affect, UTA means unable to assess.
Okay. Did you know why he was so sedated?
The hypothesis was from medication, and when he came in the night before, the way he was treated was with a low-dose antipsychotic, low-dose anxiolytic, a medicine called cogentin, which is an anticholinergic that sort of counteracts some of the effects of the Haldol, the antipsychotic. He had gotten some of this medicine a little bit before we saw him, so that we thought that in his particular case, one of the side effects of these kinds of medications is sedation, and that's what we were seeing, and that's why we made some adjustments in his medicines.
What were the adjustments that you made, and where is that noted on here?
Well, on the second page, about halfway down, if you look at sort of plans and recommendations, and then at the very bottom where it says attending only below this line, the very last part there, right above my name, that's a little bit more legible. The first thing we did was we stopped the cogentin, benztropine. That's one of the anticholinergic side effects is it can cause urinary retention. And the patient had 700 cc's of urinary retention, which is grossly elevated. In his age, it should be maybe 10 cc's. Okay. And then because Haldol is what's so-called a first-generation antipsychotic, more old-fashioned, it has a limited mechanism where it works. We switched that to a second-generation antipsychotic called Risperdal or risperidone, and started off in modest doses, 1 milligram twice a day. And we also put a cap on the Ativan, the lorazepam, that's an anxiolytic. Doesn't treat psychosis directly, but it can also cause sedation. And so we wanted to limit the amount that he could get on that so that we could sort of allow him to wake up.
Okay. When it says Risperdal 1, I'm assuming that's 1 milligram BID. What does that mean?
That means twice a day.
Okay. You said he had 700 cc's of urinary retention.
Right.
Now, if you look a little bit up toward that the top of that second page, it has assessment, and then it has axis 1, axis 2,
Right.
axis 3. What was the axis 1? Is that a diagnosis? Is that a...
It's a system of classification, and I should just say that in psychiatry we use what's called the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual. We're currently in the 5th generation of this. The 5th generation came in 2013. When we were seeing this patient in 2012, we used what was called DSM-4 Text Revised, TR.
Okay.
And one of the big differences between 4 and 5 is 5 eliminates this multi-axis assessment. But in DSM-4, when we did it, Axis 1 are the major psychiatric illnesses. Axis 2 is diagnoses primarily in childhood, like intellectual disability and personality disorders. And Axis 3 are the medical conditions.
Okay.
There's 2 other axes, but they're not listed on this form.
When you have this note here that axis 1 is psychosis NOS, is that something that you have confirmed? Is that something that a doctor prior to you has confirmed? So where's that come from?
Well, it could be both.
Okay.
And in this case, our diagnosis and the preceding diagnosis were congruent. They were the same. But psychosis not otherwise specified, all that really means is it's a domain of psychosis. You look for hallucinations, delusions, disorganized speech, disorganized behavior, prominent negative thoughts, could have catatonic features, funny postures, selective mutism, those kinds of things. What it means is and there's a differential diagnosis to that, and it can include medical conditions, substance-induced, and then the more commonly known psychiatric illnesses like schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, those kinds of things. But for us, all we could do was say it was in the domain of psychosis. We could list what a differential might be, but we would need a lot of information about this person before they came to see us, and then follow-up information, the time course, the family history, those sorts of things. We didn't have any of that information.
You would want to know how he presented, say, even in childhood, adolescence, in the years before he came to the hospital.
Right. What was his pre-morbid function, his function before this episode of illness started?
Okay. So those kinds of things is what you would need to get it beyond psychosis not otherwise specified.
Correct.
Okay. You said under axis 3 there's the word, I think it's hypernatremia.
That means his serum sodium was elevated.
Okay.
And that's pretty significant. The brain works based on its environment of electrolytes, sodium, potassium, its acid-base balance. All of those things are important for normal central nervous system function, normal brain function, normal neuronal function.
Okay. The next thing you write is delirium resolving. Can you explain that for the jury?
Yeah, what I probably should have said there was more hypernatremia resolving. The delirium, I thought when I first saw him, he had elements of both delirium and psychosis.
And let me stop you there. When you first saw him, do you mean you first saw him here at 11:30, or when you were actually able to evaluate him later that day?
Both.
Okay.
Both.
Please continue.
And delirium is an impairment of consciousness. It's sort of lower down in the way that the brain works. It has to do with the brain stem, what's called the reticular activating system. Those things have to be working properly for us to evaluate things like language, memory, and what we call executive function. So when a person has inattention and the inability to arouse him, that qualifies as inattention. And he has some mild metabolic aberrations like both his potassium, his sodium, his acid-base balance was a little bit out. All of those things could make any underlying psychosis worse.
Okay. When you just said the word mild underlying.
Yeah, I mean, his sodium, I think the highest it was 152. When we saw him, it was 149. It was starting to get better. It wasn't, usually when you see mental status changes that are due purely to an elevation in the sodium, it's going to be higher, but it's different in every single individual. Most of the time, this is a problem in geriatric patients that have a lot more comorbid medical illnesses.
With the sodium level, what did you say the highest one, 152?
I think that was the highest one that he had.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you see a sodium level of 152 in a patient who is a 24-year-old male who doesn't seem to have any other medical issues, would you expect that that level of sodium would result in any mental status changes alone?
No.
Okay. Now, you indicated that was that already coming down by the time you saw him at 11:30 on November 16th?
Yes, if you go back to the first page and you look in the bottom right-hand corner, it has labs, and then there's the word glucose, and then there's a series of numbers, and this is sort of medical shorthand for how we write these electrolytes. And that very first one, 146, that's the serum sodium. And that's almost normal. The labs vary, 144, 145 is usually the upper limit of normal.
So at this point that you're seeing him at 11:30 on November 16th, his sodium is already back down to normal?
Close.
Okay.
Close.
Is potassium indicated somewhere in these numbers?
That's right below. That's a 3.0.
Okay. Do you recall if that was normalizing as well?
I don't know what the initial potassium was. I'd have to look at the complete record. I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I know that what medicine was doing is they were primarily giving him IV fluids and some potassium supplementation, and that's basically all they did.
Okay. When it says potassium at 3.0, is that coming within the normal range?
I'd like to see it more about 3.5.
Okay. If it were lower than that before, then obviously it's coming up, right?
Right.
Now, with regard to your next visit with him, which was later that day. Well, actually, before I go there, Doctor, with this level of potassium, even though you'd like to see it at 3.5, would you expect any mental status changes in a 24-year-old male who's relatively healthy at this level of potassium?
No, the most important thing that potassium controls is cardiac conduction. And unless his cardiac conduction was abnormal to the point where he wasn't perfusing his brain, I wouldn't suspect that in causing any kind of neurologic or psychiatric changes.
Okay. So really the relevant thing for the relevant number for the delirium resolving and hypernatremia is the sodium level, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So I kind of started off that train of thought with the 700 cc's of urinary retention. You said it should be kind of around 10. Maybe I'm off because I am not a doctor, but it sounds to me that he seems like he's retaining a significant amount of urine, that he would be decently hydrated at that point in time.
Well, they were giving him a lot of fluids, and because of this anticholinergic effect of the muscle and everything like that, his urethra, coming out of his bladder, it's closed down, and it's like a dam, and the gate is closed. It's not letting the fluid out.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about the next time you went to see him, and that would be on page 3 of these notes. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. How was Mr. Holmes doing at that point in time in the day?
Well, the main change was he wasn't so sedated. So in other words, when we do our mental status exam and we think the way that the brain works, the very first thing we look at is his level of attention, his level of consciousness. And that was much, much less impaired. We could go in and talk to him. We didn't have to rub his sternum, move his extremities around, things like that.
Okay. I'd like to kind of go through this progress note with you a little bit. I think I can read most of it.
Okay.
So I'd like to just start at the top there, and if you can just kind of because your handwriting, or, well, I should say Dr. Moreau's handwriting, let's blame it on him, is not fabulous, if you could kind of just read the first couple sentences
Sure.
of that note, and then we'll talk about it.
So it says November 16th, 1450 hours, Psych CL, that's Psychiatry Consultation Liaison, follow-up note. Patient was sedated earlier this AM, and the formal interview was unable to be completed. The patient was seen again, and now he reports that he is in, and then this quotes, shadow boxes, and that his voices are telling him to get water.
Okay. So when things are in quotes here, are those things directly that Mr. Holmes said?
Yes.
Okay. What did you take that to mean? He's in a shadow box and voices tell him to get water.
Well, one of the things that we look at fairly specifically are the presence of hallucinations. And hallucinations are when the brain interprets a sensory input that's not really there. So you see something that's not there, you hear something that's not there. And we interpreted the shadow box as sort of a vague, primitive visual hallucination, but he also said that he was hearing voices, and that's an auditory hallucination. And it's important, in purely psychiatric illness, you tend to get primarily auditory hallucinations. Once something else is added on, then you think about medical conditions like delirium. So the fact that he had both, to us, meant that he had an element of delirium, he had an element of psychosis.
Okay. Can you go on? Patient also.
Also reported when asked about self-harm that he has bitten his arm for food. When asked what kind of food, patient reported, quote, proteinaceous.
Is that a medical word that I just don't know? Proteinaceous?
No.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury why this information was significant?
Well, it seemed illogical to us. It didn't make sense. And so the other thing that we try and evaluate is we try and evaluate a thought process. And in thought process, what we're really evaluating is language, okay, and how a person forms ideas. That's what thought process is. Thought content is more what do they believe, and thought process is how do they get there. And the more abnormal a thought process is, the more that makes us think about a psychotic process.
Okay. So when you're writing these things down and Mr. Holmes is giving you these responses, are these two questions that you're asking him?
Yes, and even though this was more just sort of a written progress note, and we try and use the format where if you go back to the first time we saw him on that first page, it's got the specific components of the mental status exam on there. We didn't really have to repeat too much in terms of things like general appearance, except that he was awake. We tried to describe those, but sometimes it's easier to follow if the specific components of the mental status are there. But that's not the way that we recorded this second note.
Okay. So the next thing I think it says is patient denies
Visual hallucinations and active suicidal ideation.
Okay. So you just kind of referred to the shadow box thing as perhaps possibly part of a visual hallucination.
And that's what he said. For him, I don't think that he saw that as a visual hallucination, okay? He was making a description, and sometimes the way that a person experiences this and the way they get described, it's hard to convey in specific words. It depends on the limits of your vocabulary and how alert you are, because he was coming out of a delirium. He was sort of sedated and everything like that. So it seems a little bit incongruent, but the thing that we really kind of came away was that was more important than the shadow boxes or his denial of visual hallucinations was the auditory hallucinations.
Okay. And if you could go on and read the next sentence, patient reported.
He said that, so he reported that he had not been eating for a few days because it made him sick and that the voices told him not to eat.
Is it common in somebody with psychosis to, at some point, not to stop eating?
Common.
Okay. Would you expect someone, a young man, 24 years old, relatively in good health, if they, so I'm just trying to put this sort of not eating, not drinking in context in my mind. if somebody doesn't eat for a couple days, does that make them become delirious, just not eating for a couple days?
It would depend if they had any comorbid medical illness and everything. And an otherwise healthy person, I mean, I guess you could look back, like when I was growing up, people would go on hunger strikes for political reasons, okay? Those people, they didn't get psychotic, okay? And it would take them usually a lot longer to be starved before they would start getting medically ill, to require medical attention.
Okay. And the same with regard to not having water. If somebody, I'm assuming it takes, you would see changes in a person a little bit quicker. Is that fair to say, for lack of
Yeah,
hydration?
water is way more important than food.
Okay, okay.
So,
is it fair that it would take somebody who's younger and in a healthier state a lot longer to experience the effects of not eating and drinking than, say, somebody who is either, you know, very, very young, like a small child, or very, very old, or somebody who is otherwise compromised?
yes.
Okay. So when you hear him talk about not eating for a few days because it made him sick and the voice is telling him not to eat, is that also psychiatrically significant?
Yes.
And how?
Well, he's having command auditory hallucinations that are directing what he does in his life, even something as important as taking food and water. And that's a pretty basic thing that most of the time we don't think about it. We just do it. It's the normal course of life to eat and drink. And he had specific auditory hallucinations that were preventing him from doing this.
Okay. I think the next thing that you have listed here are his vitals.
Those are the vital signs.
And were those normal at that point?
Well, the
in time?
temperature is not too bad. 148 over 98, he's a little bit hypertensive. You can get that with volume constriction. 125, his heart rate is still fast. You can see that with volume constriction.
What's volume constriction?
Just not enough intravascular volume, not enough fluid on board.
Okay.
I mean, he needed more fluids, more water.
Okay.
98% ORA means on-room air. That's a little device they put on your finger, the pulse oximeter. So that's pretty normal.
Are his vitals starting to normalize?
They're getting better, but sometimes the mental status will improve before the blood pressure and the heart rate.
Okay. Is there anything else significant that you think the jury needs to know about this note?
Just that he was getting better and that he had the auditory hallucinations.
Okay. Now, we've kind of touched on this a little bit, but if you can explain to the jury, sort of, we've talked a little bit about delirium and about psychosis. What would you expect? What would you expect to see? What are the cardinal signs of delirium?
Well, first, what I'd say is that psychosis is primarily a problem of the neurotransmitter dopamine. Delirium is primarily a problem of the neurotransmitter acetylcholine. And what we look at, we'll look at what's the onset like. Delirium onset pretty fast. Psychosis slow. What's the duration? Delirium short. Psychosis usually indefinite, unless it's due to a medical condition or a substance. What's the patient characteristic? Delirium, old, and old in psychiatry means older than 40. A lot of other medical illnesses, on a lot of medications. There's rarely a family history for delirium, whereas there is in psychosis. The kind of Cadillac test is to do a brainwave test, an EEG. We almost never do that, but it would be presumably normal in psychosis, and it would be abnormal in a person with delirium. It'd have what they call diffuse slow wave slowing. And what it sort of tells you is that delirium is it's a global disorder of the brain because it really starts at the brain stem, whereas psychosis is further up the structure of the brain.
Okay. With regard to delirium, would you expect more sort of inattention?
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. That's actually the cardinal feature. In delirium, there's inattention. They can't count backwards from 20. and psychosis attention is usually not impaired. But I think it's also important to say that they can coexist. They're not mutually exclusive, and there's a certain amount of overlap. So if you were going to look at this conceptually, you might draw some Venn diagrams with a certain amount of intersection.
Okay. Okay. So if somebody is psychotic, they are able to, their attention is there, but maybe their answers are disorganized or illogical or nonlinear.
Right.
Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So you then saw Mr. Holmes next, I believe, on November 20th of 2012 in the morning. Is that right?
Yes.
And so that starts on page 4 of these notes. Why hadn't you seen him in the days intervening?
Well, when I saw him on Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday, there's different people. These are pre-assigned. There's a call schedule. Those people come in. They basically take care of new admissions, consults, those sorts of things. On Monday, Dr. Weintraub, it was his assignment to go down to the CCMF and not mine. So there was 3 other physicians that saw him between the time when I saw him on Friday and on Tuesday.
Okay. And you had an opportunity to speak with them or review their information?
To review their notes.
Okay. Was Dr. Murrows with you again on the 20th?
Yes.
And you just said CCMF. What does that
That's a
stand for?
correctional care medical facility. So in the bottom of Denver Health, there's a jail with sheriffs and single rooms, a lot of security to get in there. It's a regular jail, except that they have access to all the medical assets of Denver Health.
Okay. And so anybody that comes from a jail facility to Denver Health would be housed there, is that correct? Or any correctional facility?
Unless they're so sick that they have to be in an intensive care unit or something like that. But all the people that come to the CCMF, they're arrested. They're incarcerated.
Okay. So when you mean so sick they have to be in intensive care, you mean sort of like they're in an accident and they have a head injury?
On a ventilator or something like that. And if they were arrested, then there would be a sheriff or a police officer, somebody like that, right at the bedside.
Okay. So when somebody is on CCMF, there are also deputies down there that can monitor them, is that right?
Yeah.
Video camera in the rooms to monitor them?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about this November 20th visit. Tell the jury what was different or the same about Mr. Holmes at that time.
Well, he was markedly improved. He had been in restraints most of the time that he was in the CCMF, and that's the call of the sheriffs. They run that facility. But he no longer required restraints. He could talk about changes in his auditory hallucinations, his perception of the effect of the Risperdal. He was much more alert, much more conversant.
Okay. Let's kind of go through this note. What do you indicate there at the beginning of the subjective interval history?
It just says patient seen and evaluated with Dr. Holland, attending psychiatrist, chart reviewed. He's had an intense period where he's much more lucid and linear. He reports that he didn't sleep much overnight, but that he slept intermittently throughout the day. He reports that he no longer has visual hallucinations and that his auditory hallucinations have decreased to minimal. And then instead of the shadow box, he talks about them as sort of shadow voices, which gave us the perception that they may not be as distinct, because in some previous notes, he could count up to 8 different voices and even clarify the gender, 7 men, 1 woman. And we think when the voices are that concrete that it sort of raises our suspicion that this is a primary psychotic process.
Okay.
So he was a lot better.
Is that normal for, I mean, that's what the antipsychotic medication is directed at, right?
That's what happens when people take their medicines as directed, they get better.
Okay. It's not unexpected that he might respond this quickly.
Especially if he's never been treated with antipsychotics before.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about that. What does that mean?
Well,
Request to approach.
Yes. Okay, Ms. Higgs, you may proceed as we discussed at the bench conference.
Thank you. Doctor, did you talk to Mr. Holmes on the 20th about the effect of the antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
And what was the response?
His perception was that it had decreased his auditory hallucinations and that it helped him.
And what was your opinion?
I agreed.
When we look at this note, is that indicated here in your progress note?
Yes.
And can you kind of read where?
So it'd be the last page at the bottom where it says attending only below this line. I've directly interviewed this man. I've reviewed all the psychiatric notes since my last contact. The patient is remarkably better compared to last Friday. He's alert, interactive, out of restraints, better sleep. He acknowledges that his medications are helping him with both auditory and visual hallucinations. Visual hallucinations seem gone. His auditory hallucinations have been complex with up to, I put 6 different voices there. Diagnosis remains psychosis NOS. His response to antipsychotic has been excellent. He should stay on risperidone.
Okay. What was his dose of Risperdal when he was discharged from Denver Health?
He's getting 2 milligrams at night and 1 milligram in the morning.
Had that changed at all from your
A little bit. On Friday, we started him at 1 milligram twice a day, and I think the Sunday physician increased it to 2 milligrams at night. So it was about a 30% increase.
Is that a low dose, a normal dose?
I'd say it's sort of in the middle.
Okay.
We don't like to go over 6 milligrams with this dose. You can use this medication in other more vulnerable populations, say like a geriatric population, and you might use a dose of 0.25 or 0.5 milligrams. That's small.
Okay.
I'd say that this was fairly average for new onset psychosis.
Okay. When you indicated that his response to the antipsychotic has been excellent, how was that significant for you?
Well, it worked.
Objection. This is a similar objection to up before, Your Honor.
Not overruled. This is specific to the defendant.
He reported his hallucinations were improved. He looked better. We always talk to the sheriffs and the nurses. They're very experienced. They've been around for a long time. Everybody's impression was that he was doing better.
Did he seem to be pleased with the medication?
Yes, to me, he gave me that there was less suffering.
Now, you've also indicated, I just have a few more things I want to follow up with you on this November 20th note, Doctor. And it's on so it would be page 4 of these exhibits, or the first page of your November 20th note. And one of the things that you wrote here is delusions, none evident, is that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, when a patient comes in who has been arrested and is an inmate at a correctional facility, is it your practice to talk to them about the offense for which they are there?
No.
Why not?
We try and keep a pretty firm boundary between what's going on medically, and when I say medically, I include psychiatry and what the legal charges are. We don't have any control over what the sheriffs do in terms of, does the person get to watch TV, those kinds of things. So we're basically guests in this incarceration facility. We try and address strictly the medical issues. We don't tell the people when they're going back to jail, anything else like that. We never get involved with that.
And Doctor, you did not speak with Mr. Holmes about the charges for which he was sentenced?
Not at all.
Okay. You had initially said on November 16th that delirium was resolving at that time.
Mm-hmm.
What was your opinion about delirium by November 20th of 2012?
It was gone.
Okay. Was his medical situation with regard to sodium and potassium, all that had evened out?
Yeah, and that evened out pretty quickly. I mean, even by Friday, Saturday, his electrolytes, they got the labs every single day, but it wasn't really much of a concern. And we always talk with the medical people, but for them, it was really easy. Just a little bit of IV fluid and a little bit of potassium, and it was pretty simple.
Okay. In your opinion, doctor, what role do you think delirium played in Mr. Holmes' presentation at Denver Health Medical Center?
I think that the way that I put it together when I look at the notes from the jail from November 11th on, that his psychosis grew, his psychosis caused him not to eat or drink, and that gave him a starvation ketosis. He came in, the starvation ketosis got fixed, there was some residual psychosis, which improved on the Risperdal.
Okay. Do you think the delirium played a major or minor role in how he presented at the hospital for you on November 16th?
For me, it was minor.
Okay. And ultimately, when you had initially indicated on November 16th of 2012 that the Axis 1 diagnosis was psychosis NOS, what was your opinion about that diagnosis by November 20th of 2012?
Same.
Okay. I think we're done, if you'll just give me one moment. Thank you, Doctor. I don't have any more questions for you at this time.
Mr. Orman?
Hello, Doctor.
Hi.
My name's Rich Orman. I'm one of the DAs on this case. If I ask a question that you do not understand, will you please let me know that?
Thanks.
That was what we call a non-responsive answer.
I will let you know.
Okay. I want to start sort of at near the end of what Ms. Higgs was asking you about. We have this note here on, it's I guess the second to last page of D-TR-78. Top of it says Denver Health Medical Center Psychiatry Progress Note dated November 20th at 8:20. See that one?
Yes.
And she was asking you about the mental status exam. And she asked you specifically about this, I guess it's the third item down on the right-hand side of where it says delusions.
Correct.
And the note says none evident. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Ms. Higgs sort of implied, I think, asking questions that, well, you couldn't ask him about delusions because that would mean asking about the crime.
Objection, Your Honors, to the form of the question as to what I implied.
Sustained. Rephrase the question, please.
Now, all right, thank you, Your Honor. Delusions, the presence or absence of delusions can be a consideration that a psychiatrist has to take into account in determining a diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
For instance, with schizophrenia, the presence or absence of a delusion can be important about whether that's the diagnosis or not, correct?
Yes.
And it's not like when you looked at this, you ignored whether a delusion might be present because that was sort of an area where you could not go into, correct?
We could ask him some general questions. I mean, one of the statements
hang on, doctor.
Okay.
Was it correct? Yes or no?
Repeat the question,
Okay.
please.
So the question of whether there was delusion is something that a psychiatrist goes into when making a diagnosis when you think there might be a psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And that was not an area that you were forbidden from going into, correct?
We could ask about delusions without asking about the alleged crime.
In fact, if you were not able to look at delusions, would the answer be none evident, or would it be something like we can't look into that?
I think the way we wrote it was the correct way, none evident.
So you saw no evidence of any delusion?
Not at that evaluation after he had been treated.
And the first one, where we have, it's the first page of this, it says UTA for delusions, unable
to assess,
Okay.
right.
Is that assess or ascertain?
Unable to assess.
Okay. So the first time we see delusions under a mental status exam where your name is on it, it says unable to assess. And when I look at this, the only other time we see that line in there for a mental status exam is on the 20th, and there you say none evident, correct?
Correct.
So in all the time that you were with the defendant, you saw no evidence of a delusion?
I wasn't the only person who saw him,
I'm asking about what you saw. Did you see evidence of a delusion?
not when I saw him.
And how long did you see him?
All of these evaluations, they're timed, and on average, they're about 30 minutes from the time that we go down there to the time we leave.
So would that be an hour total or an hour and a half total?
Hour and a half.
You talked about having some information from the jail as far as some jail notes. How far did those go back?
The ones that I concentrated on they were a little bit before November 11th, but the ones before November 11th, there was nothing going on. He was eating, drinking, normal hygiene, watching TV. They were very short. On Sunday, November the 11th, they became just the size of the notes got much bigger, and the content of what I previously described. And that pattern continued until he came to us on the 15th.
How far back before November 11th did they go?
The ones I had, maybe 2 days.
So the first information is, what does prodromal mean?
Prodromal means something that's subtle, it's not overt, and oftentimes it's only obvious in retrospect. So for psychosis, a prodrome might be something where the patient starts talking unusual ideas, maybe at an abnormal for that person interest in philosophy or religion or occult. That would be prodromal for psychiatry.
And Dr. Davis said it was like 4 or 5 days prodromal in this case. Is that about right?
I don't know if she used that term. I think that she was looking at the same records that we were. From November 11th to November 15th when he came in, the jail notes were clear, running into walls, hitting head, not eating, defecating, smearing feces. All of those things would fall under the rubric for us of disorganized behavior.
But you really didn't have any information about what had happened prior to that?
No.
Well, okay. Did you have any information? I think I asked the question badly. Did you have any information really more than a couple days prior to that, November 11th?
No.
And you certainly didn't contact his prior psychiatrist, Dr. Fenton, correct?
No.
That's not correct?
Did not contact anybody.
You didn't go you didn't go ask for the medical records prior to, let's say, November 9th, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't ask for police reports or anything like that, correct?
All we had was the jail records from November 11th on.
And the reason for that is because this is not a forensic examination, correct?
That is correct.
You were never asked to opine on legal sanity or to do a full examination of the defendant that would look at all the issues that a forensic examination would do, correct?
Correct.
And a forensic examiner would want to do those things, to get a full history, to talk to other doctors, maybe family members, things like that, correct?
Sure, yes.
And have you ever done a forensic examination?
No.
But you sort of in general understand what they are?
I've done short-term certification in involuntary medications.
For those, do you want to go back and get as full a record as you can?
Yes.
But your role was really limited here to what's in front of me right now from a medical perspective.
Yes.
Now, did you have any jail video from Arapahoe County?
No.
And you certainly then had zero information about the defendant's psychiatric state in, let's say, May of 2012 or June or July of 2012, correct?
That's correct.
I don't happen to have a DSM-4 TR with me, but I don't mean this to seem like a pop quiz.
Okay.
But could you tell me what it says, what psychotic disorder not otherwise specified is in the DSM-4 TR?
Well, that's when you have, a constellation of hallucinations, delusions, disorganized speech, disorganized behavior that doesn't fully fit the criteria for schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, mood disorder with psychotic features, which could be depression, bipolar, psychosis that's associated with borderline personality disorder, schizotypal. Psychosis is really, it's not a categorical diagnosis, it's a dimension, it's a domain. It doesn't fit anything else. You know that there's psychosis there, but you can't fit it in any other diagnosis. Doesn't fit into brief psychotic disorder, schizophreniform disorder, none of those other things.
If you had had, let's say, a full medical history, talked to psychiatrists that had previously treated him, things like that, you could have had a different diagnosis, correct? Because you would have had more information?
Sure, especially the time course. We didn't have definitive information about the time course. If this is something that had happened over 6 months, a couple of years, there were prior hospitalizations, all those sorts of things would have helped us a lot.
I think there's a reference in here to a CT scan. Is that correct? I think it's on the
He had 2 CT scans.
2 CT. Do you know what days those were?
The first one, I think, was on Tuesday. Where's my calendar? It was Tuesday, the 13th of November. That one, he was just sent from the jail after he had hit his head. The physician there was concerned. They sent him to Denver Health. My understanding is he strictly got a CT scan. He had no clinical evaluation. Came back, it was okay. And then sometime during the admission to Denver Health, between the 15th and the 20th, he had a CT. I think that was on the weekend. I can't give you the specific date.
And that when we say a CT scan, is that also sometimes commonly referred to as a CAT scan?
Same thing.
Did you look at the CT scans?
No.
Did you look at any reports relating to them?
Yes.
Were they normal?
Yes.
And would another way to express that be negative?
Negative.
Meaning nothing unusual about them?
Correct.
What does the term premorbid function means? I thought I heard you say that.
Premorbid function means, so when a person has, when there's a fairly obvious onset, a discrete episode of illness, premorbid function means you try and go back and see what were they like before that illness started. And it may be as simple as what were they like before the hospital admission started or before they came to clinic. And that would mean talking to family members, getting collateral history, that sort of thing.
And that was the type of information that was not part of sort of the type of evaluation you were doing in this case?
That's correct.
So the information that you would have about the premorbid function, about what he was like before he came to the hospital, was extremely limited, and in fact was limited only to the notes maybe that go back to November 9th from the jail.
Correct.
So the type of thing that you might want to see would be notes going back to, let's say, when he was first put in the jail, if you were looking for premorbid function, correct?
Go back even further than that. If I was in an outpatient clinic and I was going to follow this person, I'd want to know what it was like, were there any problems when he was with his mother's pregnancy? What was his childhood development like? How did he do in school? Has he been married? Was he in the military? Did he have jobs? We had none of that data.
Would you want to look at things like the jail, you know what jail kite is?
No.
A message, let's say, that a person in the jail sends to the jail staff saying, I'd like to have this, I'd like books, here are the issues I see, when they actually write it out?
That could be useful.
How about, let's say, information contained on the computer of a person, what their writings were, their emails, things like that? Would that be information you would want to have for premorbid functioning?
Possibly. I think that's beyond what most clinical psychiatrists would go into.
But certainly maybe something a forensic psychiatrist.
For sure.
Now, when you were talking with the defendant, you were there as an attending physician, correct?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say you were overseeing Dr. Moreau's, or were you doing this along with him?
I was supervising him, but in a case like this, I mean, we knew that this was pretty high visibility. I mean, I was directing what was happening. Dr. Moreau's was my scribe. I was in charge.
So when he writes something down, would you say, okay, write this down, or would you just check to make sure it was accurate?
I would tell him what to write down.
Now, at the end of this, on November 20th, 2012, the disposition says it's okay to send him back to Arapahoe County Jail or potentially the CMHIP, correct?
That's correct.
Because you felt that he was in a state where, what, he wasn't dangerous to people in the jail or himself?
He was safe enough to go to an environment that had less medical assets than we did. We don't have any control on whether he came back to Arapahoe Jail or went to Pueblo. But for me, either one would have been safe. That's our job, is to make sure that he's safe, because we're sort of the highest level of medical care that you can get while you're still incarcerated.
Okay. Let me just see if anyone else has any questions I should ask you. Thank you, Doctor.
Is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I want to avoid feedback from the two microphones. Doctor, when you talked to Mr. Holmes about his concerns about eating and drinking, that line of questioning, did you consider that that might be some type of paranoid delusion he was having?
Yes, and although he didn't say it to me, there was in other people's notes that he thought that there was something in his food. So for us, a delusion is a fixed false belief, and that qualified for a delusion. It's just that it wasn't present during my first examination because he was too somnolent, and on the last examination because he was so much improved.
Okay. And doctor, is it also correct that someone may have a delusion, but unless you kind of are able to touch on the topic of that with them, you may never know that that delusion is there?
A lot of patients with delusions don't like to talk about them. And so even if you ask them about it, they may conceal what their beliefs are.
Okay. With regard to all of the information that you didn't collect, what you stated there at the end was that your job was to make sure that Mr. Holmes was safe to himself. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So it was sort of an acute treatment situation. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, certainly if you were doing some long-term diagnosis, you would want to know if he had a prior family history of, say, of mental illness. Is that right?
Yes.
And you would want to know if he had been treated by a doctor before?
Yes.
Objection to the form of the question it's leading.
Sustained.
Would you want to know what those doctors thought of Mr. Holmes as far as his mental illness?
Yes.
Okay. And would you want to know if he sort of had any odd or crazy writings that he had produced?
Yes.
If he had sort of espoused any weird philosophical ideas, would that be important to you?
Yes.
Would it be important to you to know if he had sort of a history of negative symptoms of a mental illness?
Yes.
Now, you also said that with the psychosis NOS, this was a diagnosis that you couldn't fit into any other mental illness diagnoses, and you listed off some. Now, is that because you were doing an acute treatment and you were not collecting all that prior information?
Too acute, and that data wasn't available to us.
Okay. If you had been following up with Mr. Holmes, would you have tried to go out and collect that data?
Yes.
And would you have tried to take that psychosis NOS diagnosis and fit it into one of those other mental illnesses?
Yes.
Is that how sort of psychiatric diagnosis works?
Yes.
Okay. You were also asked about the 2 CT scans. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I think Mr. Orman said it was one way to describe them is that they were negative, correct?
Correct.
Does that mean Mr. Holmes was not psychotic when he was at Denver Health Medical Center?
No, the CT scans are almost never show any positive findings in people with purely psychiatric illness.
Okay. Mr. Orman asked you about Mr. Holmes being safe to release either back to the Arapahoe County Jail or to, I think he said CMHIP, and you said Pueblo. What is that?
Well, that's the state hospital where they go into a much more drawn-out evaluation of this person's competency, and we're not really equipped to do that.
Okay. And that would be a safe place for him as well? They have a locked facility, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I don't believe I have any more questions, but if you just give me a moment. Yeah. Nope. Thank you very much, Dr. Holland.
I don't have any recross, Your Honor.
All right, the jury appears to have some questions, so give us a moment, please, Doctor. No? Oh. Ah, sorry, you're putting papers down where the jury questions are. Okay. All right, let's retrieve then all the copies of the exhibit that were distributed, that were distributed a moment ago. And may Dr. Holland be released from his subpoena, Ms. Higgs?
Yes, Your Honor, he can.
Any objection, Mr. Orman? All right, Doctor, thank you. All right, members of the jury, it's 3:07. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please make sure you abide by all my admonishments during the break. Enjoy the break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything on behalf of the people at this time? No? All right, Mr. King?
Just one thing that I wanted to bring up, and that was, in light of the objection that we had this morning, that Ms. Pearson made to Dr. Davis, it caused us to look at our endorsement P261 again. D261 again. And we're at a loss as to how this happened, Judge, but somehow, when we drafted D261, we included Dr. Davis, Ms. Roth, we included Dr. Gray, all three of them as expert witnesses in our expert endorsement, and we listed what the subject matter of their testimony was going to be. Somehow, in the formatting and filing of that document, Doctors Gray, Roth, and she's not a doctor, a social worker, and Davis, who are from three different categories of witnesses, were not listed under the expert witness endorsement. And that's what happened with regard to Dr. Davis this morning. I'm concerned about Dr. Gray, because as you know, Dr. Gray is a psychologist from CMHIP. Dr. Gray conducted testing with regard to both Dr. Metzner's evaluation and Dr. Reed's evaluation. We endorsed Dr. Gray on our 32.1 disclosures as an expert. The prosecution endorsed him as an expert. We endorsed all of the prosecution's experts as well. But somehow that mistake was made somehow of missing the endorsement of those two doctors properly, a typographical error, as experts under Rule 702 in this case. So I don't think that there's any prejudice to the people. We're happy to file a supplemental endorsement today. The materials that are contained in their reports and materials have been disclosed for years now by the doctors and by the state hospital in Pueblo. But I wanted to bring that to the court's attention and counsel's attention, frankly, that we made that error somehow. And as I said, we're happy to provide the draft document that we intended to file, which has them properly listed. But somehow in the course of putting that into our program that formats it and files it, we listed them in the wrong place, despite the subject matter of their testimony being properly listed. So I don't know if there's going to be an objection to Dr. Gray's testimony by the people, or if they're going to request more time with regard to his testimony. I have him scheduled to come in now on Thursday of this week. And I wanted to make sure if there's any kind of problem or confusion, and he's going to have to come back next week or something, that we can accommodate his schedule and work that out. But I wanted to bring that to the court and council's attention to see if there was going to be any objection or not. That's all I have, Judge.
You did endorse Dr. Banguso, the other person from CMHIP who did psychological testing.
Yes, and we endorsed, and we listed them together, the subject matter of what their testimony was going to be. But somehow, and I'm not blaming anyone on our staff, but somehow something happened where the name got listed under the wrong place. And it was a mistake, and it was a typographical type of error and not a substantive error. So we're going to be asking to call Dr. Gray and qualify him under Rule 702, but I wanted to bring this all to the court and everyone else's attention.
And your intention is to call him to testify about the testing, the psychological testing that he conducted at CMHIP, which experts have relied upon, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor, and he didn't opine as to sanity, nor did he opine as to a diagnosis. He and Dr. Manguso wrote their report together, so it's a combined report. They did their clinical interview together, so it's a combined clinical interview. They list possible differential diagnoses in their evaluation, but they don't render diagnoses. They don't render opinions about sanity. They just basically conducted their testing and submitting their testing to the psychiatrist.
And what about Margaret Roth? Are you intending to call her as an expert witness or more as a fact witness to talk about her interaction with the defendant before the defendant saw Dr. Fenton?
Not as an expert witness at all, Judge. And frankly, I'm less concerned about that testimony, and we could forego that testimony. I think that all of her notes have been admitted into evidence in People's Exhibit PTR 1248 already anyways. So that's not as concerning to me. What is concerning to me is this psychologist who has played an integral role in both of the court's sanity evaluations that were done and have been relied upon by both of the court's experts and all of the other experts in the case.
All right. Do the people want to think about this over the break, or do you want to take a position now?
Well, I will say that Mr. Brockler had to step out, and that is Dr. Gray is Mr. Brockler's witness. But I would just say I cannot imagine the defense would not object if I made a similar representation that Mr. King just did. And I think that Mr. King would say that they were prejudiced, that they did not expect this witness to testify as an expert, because that's what we would have put in a endorsement. And it just seems to me that they are not taking the same position that they would if we had made such an error. And I really don't think there'd be a difference in situation under such circumstances. But that's just an observation I have.
All right. So do you want to take a formal position now, Mr. Ormer, or do you want to wait to speak to Mr. Brockler?
I want to wait to speak to Mr. Brockler and see what he has to say about that.
Okay. All right. We'll proceed in that fashion then. We'll be on break. Thank you. I'll see you back here at, let's make it about 3:30 or so. Please be seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Are the parties ready for the jury?
We are, Your Honor. I think Mr. Brockler might have an answer on the question that we left with when we went on break.
Okay, Mr. Brockler.
So, Your Honor, my understanding is that Dr. Gray had not been endorsed by an expert, but I think Mr. King wanted to call him as an expert, and there was some issue about whether to do that or not. Here's what I'd respectfully request to the court is, I understand that he will no longer just be called for his interactions or observations, that there was testing and opinions and stuff. What I'm going to ask of the court is for leave as required under Court Order 65, C65, and C65A, under that circumstance, to be permitted to get into the actual raw data, if necessary, with him from the MMPI-2 and PAI, both ones that were administered. I know that the order that the court has says, hey, you need to do that in advance of the hearing. And so if we're going to change over to allowing him to testify as an expert in his opinions based upon those and the application of those, I'd just ask the court to permit me to, if needed, and I don't know that it'll be needed, to get into the raw data as the court had required in that order.
Mr. King?
Judge, I believe that the subject of that motion and order was the ethical prescription on sharing data among among lay people for psychologists. So I don't have a legal objection to that, as long as we're provided with some notice about what that possibly might be. But it makes sense to me, if the doctor's going to be testifying about the testing that he administered, that counsel can ask questions about the instruments that were administered. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, that makes sense to me too. I think, and I don't have the orders that were mentioned in front of me, but I think my orders were attempting to protect the copyrighted materials that may have been used as part of the testing. And I think that was primarily at the request of the Colorado Mental Health Institute of Pueblo. So
I think that's right, Your Honor, and that's what I'm remembering too. So I don't know what their position is going to be on that, but in terms of the relevance of the testing instruments, I don't disagree that that's relevant.
Mr. Brockler, I think what I would ask of you is to perhaps inquire with the Colorado Mental Health Institute folks, and specifically the AG's office, to see whether this is something that they believe would be in violation of that order, and if so, whether there is a method that would allow you to do that and would allow, frankly, the other side to do that without violating any copyrights that may exist.
So, Judge, as I'm standing here, you may have seen Ms. Tish McGuire come up and whisper in my ear, and that was that she just received an email from Ms. Wheeler from the AG's office saying, please don't get into any of the other raw data from these testing materials. My recollection of the court's order had been like Mr. King's, but we printed it out, and I know the court will go back and look, but paragraph 5 on page 2 says, no part of the confidential disclosure may be presented or referenced in open court for any purpose or in any filing for any purpose. And then it goes on to say, you got to seek leave of court in advance of the hearing to do that. So I'd be doing that. I know the AG's office does not want us to talk about these things, but there are 567 questions in the MMPI-2 and an additional 100, 200 or something in the PAI. Those things may become relevant depending upon the testimony of Dr. Gray, and I'd like to be able to explore those with him.
Then why don't you do this? Speak to Ms. Wheeler, if you will. Tell her about your intent, and unless you can come up with some kind of agreement as to how you can proceed and how the defense can proceed, and everybody can be in on that agreement, then have her come in at some point this week so we can address it, and she can state her objection, and you can state your position, and the defense can state its position, and then we can go from there.
Yes, sir.
So that's how we'll handle it, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, pending resolution of that particular issue, though, it sounds like there's no objection to the defense calling Dr. Gray as an expert witness, notwithstanding the failure to include him in the notice of expert witnesses.
Yeah, I think it was another mistake, but I think it's one that we can get past if we just have the ability to examine them.
Okay, all right, and this is similar to what happened with the 24-hour fitness records and the person, and I said at that time, I thought that it was an inadvertent failure on the prosecution, and there was no prejudice to the other side, and so I allowed that. It's the same type of thing. I have no doubt when Mr. King says to me, Judge, this was not intentional, this was not in bad faith, we thought that we had endorsed Dr. Gray as an expert witness, I have no doubt that that is exactly what happened, and I take Mr. King at his word. And so, especially in a case of this magnitude, that is likely to happen at some point, and there's no objection to it, so I will allow it. And the only question is whether Mr. Brockler can get into the data related to the tests that were administered by Dr. Gray and Dr. Manguso. And Mr. Brockler will follow up with Ms. Wheeler, and then we'll go from there. And if there's not an agreement between the parties and Ms. Wheeler, who represents Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo, then we'll have a brief hearing and I'll decide how we proceed, okay? All right. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury's back in the courtroom. I understand that we're having some plumbing issues with one of the restrooms in one of the jury rooms, and I apologize for that. We thought we had addressed the issues last week, but they're happening again. Remember what I said about this being an old building? There you go. All right, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Deputy Hubble. Sorry.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
My name is Deputy Philip Allen Hubble. It's Philip Alan Hubbell.
You may proceed, Ms. Higgs.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Thanks for being patient with us. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Could you tell the jury, please, what you do for a living?
I've worked as a deputy sheriff in the Arapahoe County Jail.
How long have you worked there?
I've been there since January of 2009, so 6.5 years.
Where are you usually assigned over at the Arapahoe County Jail?
It bounces around. I've been mostly in booking. Spend a lot of time in inpatient as well.
You spend a lot of time where?
In inpatient, our medical unit.
Okay. What hours do you generally work?
Well, that depends on the year. Right now I work 05 to 1700.
Okay.
Previous years I've worked 5/8, 7 to 3, or 10 to 6, and prior to that I worked graveyards, which is 19:30 to 05:30.
You just rattled off a bunch of numbers. Let's see if we can get to the part that's most useful to this jury.
Okay.
Were you working at the Arapahoe County Jail back in November of 2012?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what shift were you assigned then?
I was working the graveyard shift, which is 7:30 p.m. to 05:30 a.m.
Okay. Where were you assigned at that time?
I was assigned mostly in the medical unit.
Now, was Mr. Holmes housed in the medical unit at that time?
Yes, he was.
And this person here in the blue shirt is Mr. Holmes, correct?
That is Mr. Holmes, yes.
I want to talk to you specifically, and hopefully not for too long,
Okay.
about November 11th of 2012. At about 3:30 in the morning, did something out of the ordinary occur with regard to Mr. Holmes?
Yes, it did. I was sitting in the control room, heard a loud bang, and the individual who was watching our closed-circuit television camera said that Holmes was on his back in his cell, called for the air, had extra deputies come down, and we entered the cell and talked to him at that point.
When you say you're sitting in the control room, I just want to lay a little bit of foundation for that.
Okay.
Without getting too specific.
Right.
Mr. Holmes was he in a cell by himself?
Yes.
Okay. Was that cell monitored through video?
Yes.
And as part of your duties, you sit in sort of a separate room that can monitor the whole medical unit?
Yes.
And is it part of your duties then to also monitor the video feed from, well, I imagine all the cells?
Right. There's on graveyards, there's one person that monitors the video feeds, and there's a second person who actually does physical checks within 30 minutes.
So somebody is, if somebody has to go out of the control room to do a physical check, there's somebody waiting in the control room to monitor the video feed?
Yes.
Okay. So you hear a loud bang. You're told that he's on his back in his cell.
Yes.
Did you check on the video to see what had occurred?
I didn't have time at that moment to check to see what had occurred because he was laying there and we were worried about his welfare. So going back to check the camera and the video feed at that time was implausible. So.
Did you at some point later go back and check the video to see what had occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you determine was sort of the cause of the loud bang that you had heard?
We saw him stand up on his bed, and he was facing the wall with his feet on the bed, and then he fell backwards away from the bed to the open floor area. At some point during his fall in midair, he actually kind of rolled up almost into a fetal position, almost trying to protect himself, it appeared.
Okay. Now, when you, the jury has seen a video of this, and on that video, there's some deputies that come into the cell to talk to him. Are you
Yes.
one of those deputies?
Yes, I am.
Who was the other deputy?
There was Deputy Zimmerman.
Okay. Now, you said earlier you were concerned for Mr. Holmes when you had heard that loud bang, so you didn't have time to look at the video feed. When you went in to speak with him, were you trying to determine what you had to do as a result of this incident?
Absolutely.
Okay. So kind of what you needed to do with Mr. Holmes, what was next, is that right?
Correct. We wanted to determine what happened, whether it was an accident, whether it was an intentional act, whether there were any injuries that he was complaining of.
And all of those things would inform you on what your responsibility was with regard to Mr. Holmes and his safety within your jail. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So when you went into the cell, about how long was it before you actually got into the cell?
I would say within seconds. I called for the air. I had to wait for responding deputies from booking. They were probably there within 30 seconds. That's a guess. Generally takes about that long to get through those doors.
Is that standard protocol to bring in another deputy when you need to go talk to Mr. Holmes?
Yes, especially on graveyards. It's standard for any inmate, any door to be opened
Okay.
to have two deputies.
So they get there and you enter the cell right away. Is that right?
We opened the door and we kind of crossed the threshold carefully and speak to him. I started asking him questions.
Okay.
About what happened.
Where was he when you entered his room?
He was still on his back. on the floor. His feet were facing his bunk, and his head was, I'm not sure if it was resting on the wall, but it was near the wall, furthest away from his bunk.
Excuse me, did he look up at you or respond to you when you first entered?
He didn't look up at me at first. He was kind of looking around the cell. I asked him what happened. I didn't get an answer of my first question.
Okay. When you asked that first question, can you describe then what he was doing after you asked him? What was it? What happened, or what was the question?
I don't remember the question. I think it might have been, "Are you hurt?" or something to that nature.
Okay.
It took him. He didn't answer it at first for maybe 10, 15 seconds.
Okay. Do you recall previously indicating that he just sort of stared blankly at the wall?
Yes, he was just kind of staring around. Wouldn't make eye contact with me. He didn't acknowledge our presence in the cell at first.
So after sort of this pause that you talked about, did he eventually respond to you?
Yes, he did.
And what did he indicate to you?
I asked him if he was injured, and after a while he looked around, and the first thing he said to me is, "What does that mean?"
When you looked at him, did you notice if he had any injuries on him?
Deputy Zimmerman pointed out and whispered in my ear that he had noticed a slight abrasion on his arm.
Did it look like a super serious injury?
It did not look serious.
Okay. Nonetheless, did you ask him if he wanted to be attended by medical staff for that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did he accept any medical attention for that?
No.
Okay. Did you ask him any further questions about what had happened with him?
I asked him if he had fallen off the bed, whether he was up there trying to do something and had fallen, or if he had jumped in an intentional act.
Did he respond right away to you?
Not right away. It took him, it was a delayed response. His answer was a little of both.
So you kind of asked him, was it intentional, was it accidental?
Right.
And his response was a little bit of both.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do in response to that?
Well, we weren't able to determine. I did ask him if he was trying to harm or kill himself first.
Okay.
He said no.
Now, when he said that, did he respond right away?
No. Everything, all of his responses in this time frame were delayed.
Okay. Now, do you recall also asking in here again, before you asked him if he wanted to kill himself, if you asked him again whether he had intentions of hurting himself, and him responding, "What do you mean by that?"
I don't recall that.
After you asked him, you said you asked him if he wanted to kill himself again. You said there was a pause. Did he look directly at you? Was he looking around the cell? What was he doing before he answered?
He never looked directly at me during this entire process, no.
Okay. Do you recall if he was looking around the cell again at that time?
Yes. His eyes were wide open. He never closed his eyes and pretended we weren't there or anything like that. He was conscious and looking around.
After he answered no to your question about wanting to kill himself, what was the next question that you asked him?
I cannot remember what I asked him next, honestly.
Do you recall asking him why he had jumped from his bunk or his bed?
No.
Okay. Do you recall do you recall that you wrote a report with regard to this incident?
Yes.
Okay. Would looking at that report sort of help refresh your recollection as to sort of the next question that you asked him?
Absolutely.
And Your Honor, if I may approach?
Yes. You're approaching with his report.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Right, and would counsel then approach for just a minute while he's reviewing his report, please?
Certainly.
members of the jury, while the witness is reviewing his report, let me inform you or instruct you that the court has admitted his testimony only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Does everyone understand that? And everyone's saying yes and nodding their head yes. Great. All right, you may proceed. Ms. Higgs?
Thank you. Deputy Hubble, have you had a chance to review your report?
Yes, I have.
And does that refresh your recollection as to the next question that you asked Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
And what was that next question?
I asked him why he jumped off of his bunk.
And what did he indicate to you?
He stated to protect you guys.
Did you follow up on that?
Deputy Zimmerman asked him. I did not ask him, but Deputy Zimmerman did. What do you mean by that? Or who do you mean by who he was protecting? And Holmes, I'm sorry, who he was protecting
you
us from, correct? And Mr. Holmes stated me, indicating that he was protecting us from him.
Now, did this sort of interaction that you had with Mr. Holmes, did this make a whole lot of sense to you at the time?
Not at the time, no.
Okay. Were you concerned that maybe he wasn't well?
Well, we were concerned, even though he stated that he had no intention of killing himself. Actions certainly speak louder than words in those scenarios. So we went ahead and put him on a safety watch and put him in a safety gown and removed any clothing that he could harm himself with.
Okay. So between his actions, between his responses, you still had concerns for his safety. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So when you decided to move him to a safety cell, that's sort of on the other side of the medical unit, is that right?
Yes, he was stationed in the what's called the infirmary, which is the medical side of things, and then we have the behavior control side, which is on the other side of inpatient. So we moved him to the behavioral control unit.
And when you say the behavioral control unit, that's also for inmates that present a danger to themselves. Is that fair?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Where are inmates that present a danger to themselves housed?
There are multiple locations in the jail.
Can they be in the behavioral control unit?
That is one possibility, yes.
Okay, thank you. And is that why did you move Mr. Holmes to the behavioral control unit?
We have 2 safety cells that are located in that area.
Was it out of concern for his safety?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell him that he had to move over there?
I asked him if he would be able to get up on his own, or if he needed help. He got up on his own. I told him where he was going and what the process was at that point. He complied with every verbal directive I gave him.
Okay. Did he ask you any questions about that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. With regard to his cell, before you moved him across to the safety cell,
yes.
Did you notice any sort of white powdery substance on the floor when you first walked into his cell?
Not when I first walked in. No.
Okay. Now, it was something that somebody had noticed later, is that right?
Yes.
And did you find that kind of odd?
I did find it odd. I noted it in my report. It didn't mean anything to me at the time. However, I figured maybe an investigator or somebody else reading it later down the road might have a connection to it.
So you felt it was important enough to write down, but you had no idea why?
Exactly.
Okay. And did anybody go back on the video to determine how that powdery substance got there, or what it was?
We went back on the video for a while, but we never saw anything spread during the time that we looked on it, and I can't give you an exact time frame as to how far we went back.
Okay. When you moved Mr. Holmes to the safety cell, did you have him put on a safety gown?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's a green tear-resistant gown. We use it for individuals who may pose a threat to themselves. Instead of giving them their normal clothes, which they can tear underwear or T-shirts and tie it around their neck, this is extremely difficult to tear. And when you're on that type of a safety watch, we monitor you closely. So if you are trying to tear it, we can respond quicker.
Okay. And so then, did you remove his clothing from his cell?
Yes.
And he undressed as pursuant to your direction?
Correct.
Okay, and took that safety gown
Correct.
and put it on?
Yes.
Okay. What was Mr. Holmes' demeanor like during this exchange? Like, what was his voice tone or inflection?
It was very flat.
Okay. Monotone? Is that a good word?
Yes.
Did he sort of instigate or offer up any information to you? So his only responses were really kind of delayed responses to your questions?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Deputy, I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination.
Deputy Hubble, when you dealt with the defendant in his cell that day, he was able to understand your questions.
Yes.
He responded to you. You said he was able to get up on his own.
Yep.
And in fact, the only injury you even saw was a slight abrasion on his arm.
Correct.
And you indicated that when you watched the video, you saw him kind of curl up in the fetal position to protect his head, would you say?
Yes.
And did you also recall seeing on the video him putting his arm out to kind of break his fall?
I don't recall that now. It's been a long time since I've seen the video, so.
Now, you worked in the medical unit for quite a while, didn't you?
During that time period, yes, I did.
And you worked in the medical unit in July of 2012?
Yes.
And you worked in the medical unit after November of 2012 as well?
Yes.
So did you have a lot of contact with the defendant starting in July of 2012?
Yes, I did.
And how would you describe him as an inmate to deal with?
As
Your
an
Honor,
in-
I'd object is outside the scope of direct examination.
Overruled.
How would you describe him to deal with?
As an inmate, he is very well behaved. I've never personally had any problems with him. He's always done what I've asked him. So honestly, very model behavior.
And you had contact with him after November of 2012 when he was returned back to the jail?
Yes.
And was his behavior the same as it had been before 2012?
Yes, it was.
During all of the time that you would talk to him, did he commonly respond to you with pretty much one-word answers?
Yes.
So not particularly talkative.
No, no conversations. It was, any conversation we had was if he wanted to come out, he would say yep or nope.
And that's about it, yep and nope. So his conversation on November 11th of 2012 was pretty consistent with how he was before and after in terms of how few words he would talk to you with.
Correct.
Having a delayed response to your questions, that was also something that you found was normal for him prior to November of 2012?
Correct.
And after November of 2012, same thing?
Yes.
So the delay in responding to you even on November 11th, 2012 wasn't really any different than it was any other time that you dealt
No,
with him?
the speech pattern I found to be in keeping with what I had known of him. It was only the actions that had been any different.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor. When he fell off the bed and you asked him whether he had jumped or fallen, and he said it was a little bit of both, right?
Correct.
He didn't say anything about shadows chasing him off the bed or that shadows would catch him?
No.
Nothing else that he said other than whether he jumped or fallen, that it was a little bit of both?
Correct.
Thank you.
Is there any redirect, Ms. Higgs?
No, sir, there's not.
All right. And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Ms. Higgs?
Yes, sir, he can.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Deputy, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, we would call Deputy Bensley? I think I got that right.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Brian Peter Bensley, BryoNPeter Bunzli.
Ms. Higgs, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy, there is a U in your name, so I always want to say Bwensley, but it's Bensley, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Deputy Bensley, probably obvious, but where do you work?
Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office
How long have you worked there?
since September of 2006.
In July and August of 2012, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the medical unit as a special intervention unit deputy.
Are you still assigned there?
That's correct.
Have you been working there consistently since at least July or August of 2012?
I have.
Okay. What shift do you work?
I work Wednesday to Saturday, 1 to 11.
So
Back
is that-
then, it might have been a little bit different hours, but it was always afternoon shift.
Okay. So 1 p.m. to 11 p.m.
That is correct.
Now, was Mr. Holmes housed in the medical unit back in July, August of 2012?
Yes,
In fact, he's still housed there, correct?
correct.
I want to talk to you about, I guess you could call it an incident that occurred with Mr. Holmes on August 2nd of 2012, okay?
Okay.
Now, I think this was an incident where Mr. Holmes was using his spoon to poke the cover of a wall outlet.
That is correct.
Can you kind of describe what you saw or what you noticed about that?
Yeah, I was advised by the deputy working the cameras that they had seen Mr. Holmes picking at the wall cover. So myself and the other deputy proceeded to go in and speak with him. And he had said he was curious as to what was behind the
Object.
cover.
Hearsay, Judge.
Any response?
Your Honor, it's not hearsay under 803A, 803(1)A. It's not being offered the truth of the matter. It's being offered for its effect on this listener as to how he then proceeded with regard to Mr. Holmes.
Would counsel please approach? The objection is sustained.
Deputy Bensley, after talking, coming into the cell and talking to Mr. Holmes, what action did you then take?
At that particular point, I just documented it, and I warned him that that kind of behavior could result in loss of privileges or items being removed from his cell.
Now, when we're talking about this outlet cover, I just want to kind of describe this to the jury, if you could.
Okay, real simple. It looks like a wall light switch, but instead of the light switch being in the middle, it's just a solid piece of plastic. Covered up the wall outlets, which we no longer have in the cell. They're actually part of the light fixture currently.
Okay. Does it look like any other outlet cover that you might see in somebody's home, or
It does, just a solid piece of plastic.
nothing out of the ordinary, nothing odd?
No.
Okay. Did you, is this something that you all could see from the video camera?
It was, correct.
Did it appear to you that Mr. Holmes was trying to obscure or hide his behavior in any way?
Not at all.
When you sort of gave him that explanation about, you know, you can't do that, did he seem to understand what you were saying?
There was really no emotion or anything, but we had no further issue.
And did he ever kind of try to look behind that outlet cover anymore?
No.
Did you take some action later with regard to that outlet cover?
In terms of that, it was never disturbed. It was checked by maintenance and never disturbed, so it remained in place.
So despite him sort of appearing to tamper with it with a spoon, he was unable to actually do anything to it?
That is correct.
Okay. So I want to talk to you and jump forward a little bit into August 4th of 2012. Do you recall an incident, I guess you can call it an incident, with regard to Mr. Holmes on that date?
Yes, involving a water bottle.
Yeah, yes. Could you explain, if you could you explain what was going on in that?
Yes, again, I was advised by the deputy monitoring the camera. They had seen Mr. Holmes holding up a water bottle, or I guess like a hair gel bottle, up to the light. Advised me and the other deputies. We went in there, spoke with Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes advised us.
I object, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
So when we're talking about the light in the cell, can you describe what type of light this actually is?
It's a fluorescent light that's mounted on the right side of the wall.
Does it actually give off any heat of any sort?
Very little, if any.
Okay. And when you're talking about the hair gel bottle, what is that made of?
A clear plastic bottle.
Okay. Did you seem to think that this posed any actual real danger within the cell?
From what I saw, no.
Is the cell sort of made, it's made entirely of concrete, is that fair?
Concrete blocks, correct.
Okay. And there was no heat coming off the light to direct through the plastic bottle, correct?
That is correct.
Now, when you spoke with Mr. Holmes, what type of sort of affect or expression did he have?
He had a very flat effect, showed no emotion.
And after you spoke with him, what did he do?
And after we spoke with him regarding that, once again, we had no further issues. We never saw that type of behavior again.
Okay. And you have worked with Mr. Holmes, I believe, after November of 2012, correct?
That is correct.
And has he always been a good inmate with you?
Yes, he has.
Other than these couple of little incidents, have you personally had any other issues with Mr. Holmes?
No, I have not.
Does he follow your instructions?
Yes, he does.
Does he do what you tell him to do when you tell him to do it?
Yes, he does.
I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you, Deputy Benchley.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Deputy.
Afternoon.
Since you've been in the medical unit with the defendant going back to July 2012,
Okay,
would you say that you have pretty regular contact with him?
I do.
So even before November of 2012, so July to November of 2012, aside from the two incidents that you talked about in August, would you describe him as a good inmate?
Yes,
Does he generally follow the rules?
yes,
He generally understands when you're conversing with him?
yes, he does.
Sustained to the form of the question.
Does he generally appear to understand when you're speaking with him as to your requests and your directives?
Yes, he does.
For both this August 2nd, 2012 incident and this August 4th, 2012 incident, once you intervened, did the defendant immediately stop the behavior?
Yes, he did.
No further incidents related to that particular day on the 2nd or the 4th, is that correct?
That is correct.
Fair to say you don't, your job responsibilities is not just the defendant, you have other inmates that you work with over your numerous years going back to even before 2012, correct?
That is correct.
Do inmates frequently push the limits of the rules with yourself as deputies?
Sometimes.
Overruled on all three grounds.
Go ahead, sir.
Sometimes.
What do you mean by that?
It depends. Certain people, depending whether they've been there a long time or it's somebody new, they like to see They kind of test the deputies, see how far they can get away with something, kind of see if you're paying attention.
In circumstances like that, do inmates sometimes back off once they're confronted by someone like yourself saying, hey, that's not in line with the rules?
They do.
It's fair to say this is not the first time you've seen this type of behavior out of an inmate that you're watching in the jail, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can I have one moment, please?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Is there any redirect?
Deputy Bensley, how many times would you say you've actually seen an inmate holding a vitamin bottle up to a non-heated fluorescent light source?
That's the only time I've seen it in my career.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any recross?
No, sir, thank you.
And there are no questions from the jury. May this witness be released from his subpoena. All right, Mr. Edson, any objection?
No objection, thank you.
All right, Deputy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, we would call Deputy Sean Robeson, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I was incorrect. We will call Deputy Hobaugh.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please be seated. Tell us your full name for the record, please, and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Thomas Anthony Hobaugh, ThomasAnthony Hobaugh.
And if you would move the microphone out, please, so that it's facing your mouth. There you go. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy.
Hello.
Do you work over at the Arapahoe County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're detecting a theme today. How long have you worked over there?
Since January of 2008.
Okay. What was your general assignment in November of 2012?
I was assigned to the Special Intervention Unit, which was assigned in the medical area, so BC and the infirmary.
Okay. What shift were you working?
I was working day shift with Wednesday through Saturday, so 5 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Was Mr. Holmes an inmate in the medical unit at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to specifically draw your attention to November 14th of 2012. Was Mr. Holmes on the medical unit that day?
No. He was actually on the BC side that day.
Okay.
But in medical unit, yeah, it's just the BC area is what it was called, so.
Right. Had he been moved to the BC side to a safety cell a few days prior?
Correct.
Okay.
On my days off.
So you weren't there when that happened?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall an incident with regard to Mr. Holmes on that date around, I think it was 12:40 in the afternoon or midday?
Right, yes.
Okay. And what do you recall happening?
I was working with Deputy Hoft, and we were informed by Deputy Nicoletti, who was on the cameras, that he had ran his head into the door of the BC4 cell.
Okay.
We contacted our supervisors and the nurse and went in to evaluate him. The nurse wanted to run an EKG.
Sir, they're having a hard time hearing you.
Okay.
There you go.
Sorry.
Just make sure you speak into the microphone, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, so just to make sure they got that, you were told by Deputy Nicoletti that Mr. Holmes had run his head into the wall?
Yes.
Okay. You then explain to the jury what you did from there.
We had contacted our supervisors, gotten with the nursing staff, and went in to evaluate him. Upon doing so, the sergeants determined that he needed to be placed in our emergency restraint chair for his safety.
Okay.
And then during his medical evaluation, it was determined he needed to have an IV started.
When you're talking about an emergency restraint chair, is that something that you may use for the safety, for Mr. Holmes' own safety from himself?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe what that is?
It's a chair with 6 points on it. So your arms and legs are both strapped to the chair, a waist belt, and then 2 shoulder straps. So 7 points.
Did you assist in putting Mr. Holmes into the emergency restraint chair?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to, actually, let me approach with D-TR-69.
Okay.
Now, Deputy Hobart, did you have an opportunity to view that video that I just handed you previously?
Just this afternoon.
Okay. And did you initial and sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Or initial and date it?
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed that video, did you see yourself on that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And am I correct that you actually, you went into that safety cell with some of the other members of the team, both jail staff as well as the nursing staff, to speak with Mr. Holmes or assess Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see yourself on that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see also the video leading up to that where Mr. Holmes had run his head into the wall?
I have not.
Well, did you see it on that video?
On this, yes, okay.
Okay. And was that consistent time-wise to the point that you entered into the cell to assess Mr. Holmes?
I'm not sure how long after talking to our supervisors it took to get into the cell.
Fair to say it probably would have only been a few minutes?
Correct.
Okay. And did you see the other people that entered with you after hearing that Mr. Holmes rammed his head on the wall to assess Mr. Holmes?
Yes, they would have been in the room with me, so.
Right. You saw the nurse that came in with you?
Correct.
Okay. And the other deputies, because isn't it protocol to have more than one deputy when you go in?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw them on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you indicated that you had put Mr. Holmes in an emergency restraint chair, is that right?
Correct.
Is that represented as well there on the video?
Yes, it is.
Okay. After he was in the chair, I think you said something about an IV. Could you explain that a little bit more?
From the medical staff had determined that he had needed an IV,
Okay.
and I'm not sure what it was, but they had us pull his arm out so they could start the IV.
Did you personally go in and assist with that?
I held my flashlight for that, for the nurse to do.
Like held it on his arm so the nurse could see?
Yeah, so more lighting for the nurse to start the IV.
Okay. And did you see that also represented on the video?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move now for admission of D-TR-
69.
Thank you, 69.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
Your Honor, this video is like 2.5 hours in length, so we're gonna actually request to publish it at a later time so we can complete some other witnesses that have been waiting.
Okay.
So I just have a few more follow-up questions with you, sir.
Okay.
Is it also protocol then when somebody's in an emergency restraint chair that they kind of be monitored during that period of time?
Yes.
Now, did you do that, or was that other deputies?
That was other deputies.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions for you. The prosecution probably does, though.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Deputy Hoba. You were working in the medical unit most of that year of 2012?
Yes.
And were you working there then in July of 2012 when the defendant was first brought to the jail?
I was, but I was on vacation.
Okay,
But
but
yeah.
within a couple of days, you were back from vacation and present when he was there?
Yes, ma'am.
How often would you see him on a daily basis?
Your Honor, I'm just going to object to this as outside the scope of direct.
Overruled.
How often did you see him?
Monday or Wednesday through Saturday, whenever we do breakfast, lunch, if the nurse needed to see him or if anybody needed to see him, we would stand by.
So you saw him quite a bit during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you also working in the jail in the medical unit after November of 2012 and into 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
And continued to see him on the same daily basis at breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
Yes, ma'am.
During the times that you saw him, did you ever have any problems with him?
No, ma'am.
Was he polite and cooperative?
Yep.
Appeared to understand always what you were talking about and asking him to do?
Yep.
Followed all your orders?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him exercising in his jail cell during that time?
On occasion, yes.
And because you were working in the medical unit, you were aware of whether inmates were getting medication or not. Would that be correct?
I was aware if they were getting medication, but what medication it was, I don't know.
prior to November of 2012, the defendant wasn't getting any medication, was he?
Not that I recall.
And when he came back after being in the hospital for a few days in November of 2012, he did get some kind of medication, didn't he?
I believe so.
His behavior prior to going to the hospital and his behavior after coming back from the hospital, was it all the same?
Yes, ma'am.
So he had the same behavior when he wasn't medicated as he did after he was medicated.
Yes, ma'am.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Deputy Hobaugh, prior to mid-November of 2012, Mr. Holmes was not ramming his head into the wall, was he?
No, ma'am.
Not smearing feces on himself, was he?
No, ma'am.
Was not put in the behavioral control safety cell, correct?
Prior to that, no.
Okay. When he returned from Denver, so basically that behavior during that middle of November time was was different for him, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When he returned from Denver Health, was he taking his medications as he has requested?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he has always, since that time, taken his medications as he requested?
Yes, ma'am.
And after he was taking his medications, he was no longer ramming his head into the wall, correct?
Not that I'm aware of. I haven't been down there in about a year, so.
Okay. But in those months after November
yeah.
of 2012, was he smearing feces on himself when he was on his medications?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you, sir.
Is there any recross?
So just to be clear, from July 20th until, I guess, November 11th or so of 2012, he wasn't taking any medication and he wasn't ramming his head into the wall. Would that be accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
There do not appear to be any questions from the jury. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Ms. Higgs?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any objection, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
Deputy, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
I believe it's Deputy Robeson.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name for the record, and please spell your first, middle, and last names?
Sean William Robison, SeanWillilliam Robison.
Ms. Higgs, you may proceed.
Thank you. Deputy Robeson, you work over at the Arapahoe County Jail. Is that right?
I currently work on patrol.
Oh, you do?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, in November of 2012, were you working at the Arapahoe County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
When did this change occur?
Last July.
Okay. Between November of 2012 and last July, were you working at the jail?
Yes.
Okay. What was your assignment there at the jail, particularly in November of 2012?
I worked in booking usually.
Okay. What hours were you working?
I'm not sure on that day.
Okay.
I worked from the morning till the evening. I worked overtime that day.
Okay. When you work in booking, does it happen sometimes that you get called to other areas of the jail to deal with issues?
Yes.
Okay. Were you called to the medical unit with regard to Mr. Holmes on that day?
Yes.
Now, well, I don't know if we even clarified. We're talking about November 14th of 2012. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember about what time it was?
I remember it was the morning, but I do not recall
Okay.
the time.
So kind of midday, 12:40 sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrived, when you were called to, with regard to Mr. Holmes, what did you do? Where did you go?
I went from booking to behavioral control cell number 4.
Okay. Is that one of the safety cells in the behavioral control unit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Sir, could you pull the microphone closer to your mouth, please? Thank you. And you can move the microphone too if you like. Thank you.
Now, were you there to help with placing Mr. Holmes into the emergency restraint chair for his safety?
Yes.
Can you sort of describe how his body was when you were trying to help put him into the emergency restraint chair?
He was very tense and rigid.
Okay. Were you able to place him into that chair, you and the other deputies?
Yes.
Was he making any noises? Was he speaking during that period of time?
He was yelling and groaning loudly. He did say several things while we were restraining him.
Did he say things that made sense to you or odd, unintelligible things? Or
Object
both?
to hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you understand what he was saying?
Some of the things, yes.
What about the things that you didn't understand?
Some of them were just unintelligible. Was not able to make them out.
Can you describe any further what Mr. Holmes was like in his presentation during that period?
I do not recall. I think he was wearing a spit mask at the time.
Okay. Were there times where he opened his mouth but noises actually never came out?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall speaking with myself and my investigator, John Gonglak, on May 8th of 2014?
Yes.
And do you recall indicating to us that noises came out, but he could not understand what Mr. Holmes was saying?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall saying that when you were putting him in the emergency restraint chair, was nurse Monica Keith, did she come in?
She did.
Okay. And was there a doctor that came in?
I believe the doctor was also there, yes.
How did Mr. Holmes refer to the doctor?
Object hearsay.
Your Honor, it's basically a present sense impression, state of mind of the declarant. I'm happy to approach.
Yes, why don't you approach, please? right, the objection is overruled. Ms. Higgs?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just give me a moment, I need to get a bit organized, or more organized. Okay. Deputy Robeson, during this period of time where you're assisting other deputies to place Mr. Holmes in the emergency restraint chair, do you recall him saying such things as, "Where's father?"
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall him saying, "There's a shadow"?
yes,
Do you recall him saying, "There's Monica"?
yes,
Okay. And Monica is a nurse in the jail, is that correct?
that's correct.
Now, after he was placed in this emergency restraint chair, did you stay on, or did you leave and go back to booking?
I left and went back to my other post.
All right. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions, I believe, if I can just have a minute. Okay, I don't have any further questions, thank you.
All right, Mr. Edson, do you have any cross-examination?
Can I just have one moment, please?
Yes.
I have no cross-examination, thank you.
All right, thank you. And the jury does not appear to have any questions of this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, is this not working?
I can hear you.
The light keeps going red, just
Oh,
for future.
we might need new batteries. Okay,
He can be released, thank you, Your Honor.
all right. Any objection?
No.
Okay, sir, thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Defense would call Barbara Doobie, please.
Come around this way, please. You solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name for the record,
Barbara Doobie,
and can you spell your first and last names?
B-A-R-B-A-R-A. Last name is Doobie, D-U-B-E.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for being so patient with us. We appreciate it. How are you employed? It may be a little obvious at this point, but what do you do for a living?
A deputy sheriff with Arapahoe County.
And how long have you done that, ma'am?
June 24th, 2008.
And were you thusly employed in November of 2012 as well?
Yes.
What were your assignments at that point in time? Were you assigned to the detention facility?
Yes.
And specifically, was there a specific area or duties that you had?
In medical.
Okay. And you recognize Mr. Holmes seated over here?
Yes, I do.
Has he been located in MC1, the same cell in the medical unit since his incarceration at the detention facility?
Not the whole entire time, no.
Other than when he was removed to go to the state hospital or the hospital or things like that?
Yes.
I'd like to point your attention to specifically November 11th and 12th of 2012. Did something happen on November 11th, beginning on November 11th, with regard to Mr. Holmes that was out of the ordinary?
It's hard for me to remember. I know I did 2 supplemental reports.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at those?
Sure, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll show this to counsel. Ma'am, I'm going to hand you what I believe are your supplemental report as well as what's looks like a SIU Daily BC report.
Okay. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection, first of all, the supplemental report about something that happened on the 11th of November 2012 at approximately 15:59 hours?
Yes, this one does.
What time is 15:59 hours in,
It's 3:59 in the afternoon.
and what was your shift that you worked in the medical unit?
At that time, it was 2:30 in the afternoon to 12:30 at night.
Is that what would be known as like the swing shift?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell us what happened with Mr. Holmes that you observed or saw on the camera that caught your attention at that
The
time?
only thing I observed on the camera that day at approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon was he had rammed his head into the wall approximately 5 feet away, and the nurse was called, and I don't remember if I called for the nurse or not.
Okay. And the nurse was called to clear him medically, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall that prior to running his head into the wall from 5 feet away, that he knelt down as if he was going to start running?
Sorry, yes, that was prior to him hitting the wall.
And what does like a runner would to start a race or something?
I can't remember exactly. I mean, I haven't seen the video since that night, so what my supplemental says is what happened.
Okay. Okay.
Apologize.
Don't, there's no need to apologize. This was years ago, is that right?
Yes, 3 years ago.
If you look at the next page, which is 30526 of Discovery, does it indicate that that during the evening he was seen walking around his cell for 3 hours? Do you
I
recall that?
noticed for approximately 3 hours that he was just continuously walking around the cell.
In circles, kind of?
Yes.
And at that point, did he do something else which was a little strange with regard to his falling down or something along those lines?
It was approximately 10:48 or 10:49. He fell, and as I saw it on camera, and sometimes the camera, but what I saw was he appeared to brace himself with his butt,
Okay.
and he fell.
And it fell backwards?
Yes.
Okay. And was it at that point in time that he was removed from his cell MC1 and brought to the behavioral control cell and given a suicide gown at that point?
He was already in BC5 at 4 o'clock that afternoon. I don't know when he was placed in BC5, and I don't remember if he had a gown on or not.
Okay.
I can't
thank you.
remember that.
And if you look at the BC note sheet that I gave you, what is that document? Or the
This is something that a deputy at the detention facility came up with. It's been many years. And we were supposed to fill these out on a nightly basis.
Okay.
I don't even remember what these were ultimately for.
Okay.
Whether it was just to monitor their behavior. It's been a very long time since I've seen this document, and we don't use these documents anymore.
Okay. It was a form that you filled out, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And do you see there on the 11th your notation of him running into the wall?
Tempted to hit it. Yes, I do.
And is there a notation for the following day, the 12th of November, 2012?
No, it's just the 11th. Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No reason to apologize. What does your note from the 12th reflect that you observed Mr. Holmes doing?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't think the question is calling for hearsay. You can't talk about what was said outside the courtroom. Are you asking for a statement?
No, just what she observed and wrote down.
Okay. The objection is overruled.
Well, I cannot read my own handwriting. I apologize. I can read behavior and around.
Does it look like odd behavior, rolling around on floor?
No, because there's no on. This could be rolling around. I can see behavior, but there's no rolling, I can't read this.
Okay.
I
May I
apologize.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may approach.
You said you don't, I better wait till I get to the. You said that you don't, no longer keep this form, is that right?
Not that I'm aware of, but I am in a totally separate unit of the jail now.
Okay.
So anything that happens in medical, I'm unaware of.
At the time that you did keep this, at the time that you did keep this, is this something that you kept at a regular basis and documented the observations that you observed in it?
We were supposed to, yes.
Is that something that was done in the normal course of conducting your daily business in the detention facility, down in that medical unit?
For, down there, yes, it was down there. Whether it was done consistently by other deputies, I do not know.
Is this something that you filled out yourself and other deputies filled out that had actual knowledge of the things that you were observing when you wrote them down?
Yes.
And was this preserved by the jail in order to have an accurate copy of an indication of what was going on in the jail at that time?
I don't know, because once the logs were done and taken out, I don't know where they went.
Okay. Do you, and you have no independent recollection of this event that you wrote down on the 12th?
No, I don't.
Excuse me. With regard to what happened on the 11th, where Mr. Holmes, you noted in your supplemental report, hit his head on the wall and then fell down, did you order if any video be collected of that incident that happened on the 11th?
I did not pull any of the video because we couldn't leave the medical unit. As far as I can remember, it would have either been the booking, somebody in booking, or sergeant.
Okay.
I don't remember.
And you haven't reviewed any videotape of that incident on the 11th, is that right?
Not since that evening, no.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, Deputy. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, is there any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Deputy. All right, sorry about that. Deputy, would you say that in your experience as a deputy, have you seen inmates do the types of things that you saw the defendant do on November 11th?
Yes.
Is it fair to say in your career as a sheriff deputy that you've seen inmates engage in all sorts of behaviors on a regular basis to manipulate their environments?
Yes.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, what was your answer for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. And this was not the first time you'd seen behavior like this from an inmate?
No.
In fact, have you seen much worse behavior from inmates?
Yes, I have.
Now, during your assignment in the jail, it's true that you had an opportunity to observe the defendant from at least November of 2012 through October of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and you kept observation log sheets throughout that time of your observations of the defendant.
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to meet with me and review those observation log sheets.
Yes, I did.
Would you tell the jury about the extent of your observations of the defendant over that year?
It was seeing him on camera sleeping or walking around the cell for exercise is what I assume. Jogging around his cell. We would serve him dinner. We have to ask every inmate in the medical unit if they want tea or juice. And his response was always no. And that's as far as my engagement with him.
And the defendant complied with your commands?
Yes, all the time.
And his behavior was consistent with that of other inmates?
Yes.
During November 25th of 2012? During December of 2012? Would you say it was consistent
Yes.
with other inmates?
Yes.
Objection, outside the scope.
Overruled.
Would you say it was also consistent during February, August, and October of 2013?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to see the defendant exercise regularly in his cell?
Yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. King, do you have any redirect?
Just one question, two questions, actually. Deputy, you're not a psychiatrist or a psychologist or a mental health professional, are you?
No.
So what you observed Mr. Holmes doing certain behaviors, you're not aware why he was doing those behaviors or for what purpose, are you?
No.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Do you have any recross?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No objection.
Deputy, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. King, do you want to call a 5 or 10 minute witness, or should we adjourn?
Your Honor, we have a 2-minute exhibit we could play for the jury, but
Okay.
I'm happy to break now and play the 2-minute exhibit some other time.
You can play it now. What exhibit number is it?
DTR 16. DTR 68, Your Honor.
And it's one that was admitted last week, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you want me to dim the lights?
Sure, it's a little, just a little over 2 minutes, I think.
Okay. Okay, the record should reflect that we just finished publishing D-TR-68. All right, members of the jury, it's about 5 o'clock, so let's go ahead and take our break for the day. Please make sure that you follow all the admonishments that I have been giving you throughout the trial overnight, and then let's plan on having you back at the usual time tomorrow morning. All right, get some rest tonight. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that we are now outside the presence of the jury. Just briefly, before we adjourn for the day, I've been giving the limiting instruction with at either party's request, and every time I've given it, there has been no objection. I keep reminding the parties because I don't want the jury to be confused, and it seems like the parties sometimes ask for it and sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's one party, sometimes it's the other party, sometimes it's neither party. It seems to me like all of the testimony, or most of it today, with the exception of perhaps one witness who testified just in terms of laying the foundation for the videotape that was taken right after the interrogation. All the other evidence seems to me is evidence that should be subject to the limiting instruction. It's evidence that, at least it seems to me, has been introduced for the issues raised by the not guilty by reason of insanity plea. I'm only bringing this up because, again, I don't want the jury to be confused in terms of, I wonder why that's not subject to the limiting instruction, but this other testimony or evidence is. So I don't know whether the parties have any position with respect to that, but I thought I should bring it up. Anything from the people on that point or on any other point?
Honor, I don't have anything on that point, but I have something on another point, if I may.
Okay, before we move on, let's see if there's anything from the defense on that point.
Your Honor, if we could address this tomorrow morning, if we have anything further to add.
Okay, all right, think about it overnight. I'm throwing it out there because, again, it seems to me there's no real reason why I've given it with respect to some witnesses today, but not with respect to the last one or two witnesses. And I've been asking the parties about it, and it seems like when I ask the parties, then at least one party wants it. But the last time I asked, Mr. Edson said he wasn't asking for it, and Ms. Higgs said she wasn't asking for it. So, all right, Ms. Stitch McGuire, what other issue do you have?
First, Your Honor, Mr. Rockler asked me to see if there's any way we could talk to the defense, and I didn't have an opportunity to ask them this, so maybe I can just ask them afterwards. But if there's any way they can tell us what days their experts might be testifying this week so that we could coordinate with our experts to be able to watch that testimony.
Mr. King?
Judge, we've provided our list of witnesses for this week pursuant to the request of the agreement that we have with the people. I asked Mr. Brockler 3 times if he would let us know when he was calling his expert witnesses, and he refused to do so. So, in all fairness, I don't think that we're required to do so, and I don't think that we should. We had to guess when they were going to call their witnesses over a month worth of testimony, and they have a week to guess. So,
okay, thank you. What's your next point?
Thanks, Your Honor. And just for the record's clear, Your Honor, we did notify them when Dr. Reed and Dr. Metzner were going to testify. That's okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, what's the next point?
The next point, Your Honor, is that I anticipate that the defense, based on the list that they were kind enough to give us, that Tara Cucci, C-U-C-C-I, her maiden name was Fournier, F-O-R-N-I-E-R, may testify for the defense. It appears that she was a recruiter and trainer for Marical, which we heard from 2 other Marical witnesses today, Jose Sanchez Lopez, or Jose Sanchez, and David Maldonado. I would object to the testimony of Ms. Fournier under 401, 403, and I'd also like to object to a specific statement that I don't know if the defense just disclosed this to us or if they have any intention of actually bringing up this evidence in court, but this person was basically an HR employee for Marical, and in the interview that the defense gave to us, she states that she thought that the defendant perhaps would be autistic because she had 2 autistic children and saw signs of autism in the defendant. The people would be objecting to the defense eliciting any of this testimony, as she is not qualified to give any sort of opinion that could be found in the DSM, as she is not a psychologist nor a psychiatrist. So I would ask for a motion in limine to exclude that evidence. Additionally, Your Honor, I feel like this testimony is cumulative of that of Jose Sanchez and of David Maldonado's. Perhaps she did have two circumstances where that may have been a different type of interaction with the defendant, and that was both probably his initial interview with the company as the HR director, and then apparently there was some sort of, she called it a racial incident that she interviewed the defendant about. But other than that, I think that we heard plenty from Jose Sanchez and David Maldonado on that the testimony would be cumulative.
All right, who wants to respond?
Your Honor, we do intend to call Ms. Fournier. We do intend to ask her her observations of Mr. Holmes while he worked at Marical. It's the last witness from Marical we intend to introduce. I don't think 3 witnesses to describe his behavior during that time is cumulative. So we do intend to present that testimony.
I agree that it's not cumulative. There may be some overlap, but I don't think this would qualify as the unnecessary presentation of cumulative evidence. It seems like now the shoe's on the other side, and so now the prosecution is objecting on cumulative grounds. The defense is saying, no, this is not cumulative. So just as the earlier discussion we had related to the expert witness who was not endorsed, and the parties were then in opposite positions than they were before when there was a discovery issue with respect to the 24-hour fitness witness. In terms of the particular statement, it seems to me, Ms. Brady, that your witness can testify about her observations. It seems to me it would be inappropriate for her to testify that, in her opinion, the defendant was autistic, or that he was exhibiting any symptoms that are consistent with autism, because these are symptoms that she has observed in her children. She can talk about her observations, specific observations, for example, and I have no idea what the observations are, but flat affect and quiet, reserved, things like that. She can talk about those observations. I'm not sure whether you're intending to have her say that she thought he was autistic, but that would be, in my view, improper.
Can I, given the court's statement, can I ask her if it seemed like more than just someone who was shy, that she was concerned that something might be wrong with him?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't think there's any problem with that.
I'll do that, given the court's order.
Okay. All right, is there anything else?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Okay, great, thank you, have a good evening, I'll see you tomorrow morning. The court will be in recess.